shout out to Cosmon Cal. Cosmon Cal, boy, I'm gonna tell you something. He is a problem. He is a problem when it comes to these Hebrew Israelites. Y'all better stop playing. He is a problem. Cosmon Cal is a problem. Creator gang gang.
Welcome to the Jehovah Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cal.
That's right. That's right. It's your hostess with the most. It's burning like toast. Is Cosmon Cal right back at it. Look, man, early morning vibes, learn and burn. You dig what I'm talking about? We're going to finish off this part 2 of how the land was stolen, right? And how the colonizers stole and acquired title to the land, right? You can't fix what happened till you know what happened, man. Shout to the creator gang, man. Shout to the creator gang. You dig what I'm talking about? Always coming through with that light. You dig what I'm talking about? We just gonna I'm gonna go get this mud together real quick. We gonna throw some music on real quick, and we gonna get right into it, man. Breaking down this headright patent title deed system. You dig what I'm talking about? Who was authorizing the colonization of these lands, through what kings, through what religious orders, and then, you know, with a WASPy, the dope part is we able to look back into who inspired the people who actually did the deeds. That's dope. So look, we're gonna go ahead and get this mud together, man. Cosmo gonna rock out something. Let me see what we got going on here. And we just gonna tap right back in, be right back in with y'all. 1 second. All right, without further ado, we can get right back into it. Boy, shout out to the creator, man, the ever present, the all that is, ever was, and ever shall be, man. The uncomprehensible, yet, that which encompasses and reveals truth at the same time. You dig what I'm talking about? The idea that you are so great that all things are just a microcosm of you. To try to attempt to wrap your mind around forever, eternity, all can be a daunting task. And sometimes, it's just good to approach this life. You dig what I'm talking about? Just in love and light, trying to receive higher light from every situation that you into, and then in that situation apply your best understanding to whatever it is, and then do that best understanding for somebody else, man. That is the light that's being revealed in the WASP. It's nothing about belief in doing something good for somebody other than you want really to do it. You have the idea strong enough in yourself to go out and accomplish it. That is the law. To do something good, right? But then to do it for somebody else. That's dope. That's the light that's being revealed in the Cosmine era today, man. But today, we gonna get back into the headright patent system. Because think about it. Okay. You wake up, you getting yourself together early morning, you know what I mean? Getting the kids together, everything, you about to get ready to go off to school, and some niggas just kicking your door. And they talking about, yeah, we got and they got them choppers on. They like, look, man, look, this how it's gonna go down. In your house. And now they talking about, look, we got deeds. We got land title from this guy you ain't never seen before. You never even knew he existed. Some King James dude you never even heard of. Say he owned your house and your land. And you got to move. I don't know about y'all. But I don't know if that was going to work out as a healthy situation for everybody involved. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't think that was going to. I think that had some dire results that was going to come up out of that situation. You run up over here. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't care who you said you was from. Who authorized you? He just roll up in your house right now and he talking about, well, cause King Cosmon, Lord Cosmon has said, your home has been acquired by the rights of a god you ain't never heard of neither. That would have been the point of view of an Aboriginal of America at that time. While these people and get past color, get past that it's black and white, or white Europeans doing it, because it's black ones doing it too. This is about being Christian, about being European, and having a God that says it's okay to go and kill everybody and take their stuff. I want y'all to understand that it is that simple. I know I'm breaking it down, and a lot of things happen over a lot of years, but to be simple, somebody spooked God, supposedly told a man that not only could you go kill off other people, but anybody who didn't believe what you believe, right? Right? Or willing to change over to what you believe, you can kill them, take everything from them, and enslave them forever. And your God was going to forgive you. As a matter of fact, he's already forgiven you by the amount of people you go and kill. Let that sink in. And then supposedly gave it to a white guy in a pointy hat called the Pope, right? So why is the God always doing what the Pope tells him to do? Don't it seem like that's odd? Or maybe it was the Pope the whole time. Either way, neither the God nor the Christian church will get away with it in this era. That's what a WASP is revealing. This is why they always try to ban it, and it's demonology, and he just borrowed from the Bible. Well, then why is it condemning it? Not like that, but it is exposing the gods behind it. And then it revealed that it's not the people's fault. It blamed all the blame on the God. It blamed all the blame on the government for the actions of the people. And so the God too. That's the dope part. He let you know that even though you got duped, nigga, you got duped. You not going to jail for it. Somebody pulled a crime off on you, bro. A spiritual crime, and you got caught up in it. It's not your fault. You not going to hell. Ain't that like revelatory? That's like, that would be some of the greatest revelation. Should seem like it. Especially to anybody who has ever even heard of a slave story. If you've been under American oppression of any type, especially with this copper skin, these should be the type of revelations you looking for. Because in the end of the day, you trying to get, remember this word, post-millennium. Post-millennium means put back into the proper position of the land before it was conquered by war, making you not a slave, a prisoner of war. You hear me? Let's get to this. Let's break down some of the, my people is a visual people, so I want y'all to get this. You dig what I'm talking about? We're going to go into the 7 things you must know about the headright system, man. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Hold on, let me hit them with the whoop-dee. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me hit them with the whoop-dee-wop real quick, and let's go.
In the early 20th century, oil was found under the Osage Reservation. Almost overnight, every member of the Osage tribe became spectacularly wealthy. But then, one by one, Osage members started to disappear. What happened? We'll find out at the end of this video. But first, we're going to cover one of the original forms of property rights in the United States, the headright. Here are the top things you should know. Number 1, what is a headright? A headright refers to a legal grant of land given to settlers during the period of European colonization in the Americas. Number 2, where was the headright system used? Most notably, the Virginia Company granted headrights to settlers in Virginia. But this system was also used in Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Number 3, who was given headrights? They were granted to those who were willing to cross the Atlantic and help populate the colonies. They were also granted to those who would pay for the transportation costs of an indentured laborer. and more notoriously for a slave. Number 4. How large was a headright? Most headrights were between 1 to 1,000 acres of land, but the typical size was around 50 acres. Number 5. What was the point of the headright system? The system was intended to solve labor shortages due to the advent of the tobacco economy, as the tobacco crop required numerous workers. Number 6. What were the consequences of the headright system? The headright system was originally supposed to entice people to bring over laborers and settle the colony. However, the impacts rippled far beyond that. For one, many headrights ended up accumulating in the hands of one or a few individuals, as the wealthiest members of the colonies would pay to bring lots of laborers over and keep all the headrights associated with those individuals. It also increased tensions between indigenous tribes and colonists because individuals were often granted land in regions bordered by native tribes. Finally, in many instances, the system was characterized by lack of oversight and, in some instances, outright fraud. And in many cases, more headrights were distributed than there was land available. And number 7, how long?
Did you hear what he said? Let's go back a little bit. He said more head rights were given, so more acres of land was given than out as head rights than there actually was acreage to give. So that at that point, you just tricking people to come over here. They do they mama let him come on. Yeah, he did. And so they just moving people. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right. So basically, there are people over in Europe at the time convincing people to get on these boats that they would have a better chance of life over in America after you do your peonage or your indenturement, which was from 3 to 7 years, but they was promising 50 acres of land. When in fact, they knew when they were signing them up, wasn't no land over there to give. Right? So they virtually kidnapping these people and bringing them to the Americas. Watch this. I ain't making this up. Mind you, these are Europeans. This ain't a African slave yet. Watch this.
Long did the headright system last? The headright system lasted from 1618 until 1779, when it was canceled by the General Assembly because there were too many claimants and not enough land to fulfill those claims. However, though for the most part the headright system was abolished in 1779, there were a few types of headrights that survived into the 20th century. Which brings me back to the Osage murders. Their story was recently detailed in the book and upcoming movie, Killers of the Flower Moon. To quote from the book, in the early 1870s, the Osage had been driven from their lands in Kansas onto a rocky, presumably worthless, reservation, only to discover, decades later, that this land was sitting above some of the largest oil deposits in the United States. Almost overnight, the Osage became the wealthiest people per capita in the world. To deal with the distribution of this wealth, Congress instituted a headright system under which each member of the tribe was entitled to royalties from oil production, rights that could not be sold, only inherited. Sadly, for Molly Burkhart, one member of the Osage Nation, these rights led not only to wealth, but tragedy. She had married a white man and lived in a grand wooden house with her family and ailing mother.
Now, listen, I want y'all to watch what just happened. Pay close attention. This is how much of your land, you did what I'm talking about, was given away. Well, stolen. This is just one way. You did what I'm talking about. We're going to show you the major way. Remember the headright system, right? These people then found oil on their land, becoming some of the richest people in the world. Now, to divvy up the monetary value that's coming out of the oil being took out of the land, they used the headright system. Now watch these stinking colonizers. Now, mind you, I can't get this point because everybody in your mind right now, you have a dastardly white man dressed like a pilgrim with a beaver hat, the little cobnobble shoes with the buckles on top, with the long stockings. You dig what I'm talking about? And in many parts, that's correct, right? This is 1600s, y'all. Right? Now back up in the 1800s, this is going on, but the headright system is still in effect, right? The headright system didn't stop till 1976. It got implemented in 1608, right? The Virginia Charter started 1606, headright system 1608. They didn't move these people, right? They found some oil. Now they trying to get their hands on it. Now watch. This is dastardly. Watch. They did this to your people.
Could not be sold, only inherited. Sadly, for Molly Burkhart, one member of the Osage Nation, these rights led not only to wealth, but tragedy. She had married a white man and lived in a grand wooden house with her family and ailing mother. Close by lived her three sisters. Minnie had recently died of a mysterious illness. Then, on May 21st, 1921, her older sister Anna disappeared. A week later, her body was found. She'd been shot in the head. A few weeks after that, Molly's mother took a turn for the worse. She began to waste away, and within 2 months, she too was gone. Not long after that, Molly awoke in the middle of the night to a loud explosion. Her sister Ruth's house was in flames. It had been blown up, killing Ruth and her husband. Soon, Molly too began to experience an illness similar to her mother's. Meanwhile, more bodies turned up on the reservation, and by 1924, there were at least 24 recorded murders. In one of its first major homicide cases, the FBI uncovered a conspiracy that encompassed many of the white residents of the area, including Molly's husband and uncle-in-law. The plotters would marry into an Osage family and then one by one kill each member in order to inherit all of the family's headrights.
Y'all see that?
And this is precisely what happened to Molly, in a crime that robbed her of her family and found her betrayed by the person she trusted most. But the story doesn't end with Molly. The legacy of loss continues today, for by the time the conspiracy was uncovered, approximately 26% of all the Osage headrights had been transferred to non-tribal members. a fact further consolidated in 1984 when an act of Congress made it very difficult
Hold on, what?
had been continued family and found her betrayed by the person she trusted most. But the story doesn't end with Molly.
Listen.
The legacy of loss continues today. For by the time the conspiracy was uncovered, approximately 26% of all the Osage headrights had been transferred to non-tribal members. A fact further consolidated in 1984 when an act of Congress made it very difficult for a non-Osage headright holder to give their headrights back to the nation. Yet today, with the recent spotlight on Molly Burkhart, Osage Councilwoman Marcia Harlan is leading an effort to overturn this law. She hopes that the book and movie will shine light on the issue, inspiring non-Osage to sell or otherwise return headrights to the nation. As Osage Mineral Council Chairman Everett Waller said, "Today we begin the process to work for justice and equity for our people." But what do you think? Do you have any stories about headrights? Let us know in the comments. Did you like this video? You're going to love our Gokche Land Due Diligence program. We'll make you a land due diligence.
Colonies participated to a varying degree in the Atlantic slave trade due to an abundance of land being cultivated by plantation agriculture and a growing European demand for colonial goods. The use of African slaves would grow as access to land and the availability of white indentured servants diminished. In this section, we'll discuss how the abundance of land and a growing European demand and the plantation agriculture and a growing European demand for colonial goods. The use of African slaves would grow as access to land and the availability of white indentured servants diminished. In this goods, the use of African slaves would grow as access to land and the availability of white indentured servants diminished. In this section, we'll.
He said, how did the abundance of land and growing European demand for colonial goods impact the demand and supply of labor in the southern Atlantic colonies? Right? This is from a book called The American Pageant by David M. Kennedy and Elizabeth Cohen. Check this out, y'all. Just a little more going into the headrights, and we'll dive a little deeper than what they skimming on the surface of. Now he got some good work in this. Now I want y'all to understand that this is 1617, late 1700s, right? And white European slavery had been going on in America since 1619. This is why they want you to stop the critical race theory, the CRT, because what CRT is actually going to reveal is that white folks enslaved themselves. Black Europeans and white Europeans enslaved themselves. They and the many slave tales and breeding stations and plantations and them stories that was going on that's being passed down, put off on the Aboriginal American, aka the Negro of America, the Anguigan of America. In fact, those stories that's being put on him are actually taking place to quote unquote pale faces and European colonists. Let's just put that on the floor, because not all these people are white folks. Many of them look just like your copper colored butt, but they are not you. They not like us, right? Had no problem enslaving their own. So why would they have an improblem of any type enslaving you? That system that allowed them to benefit shipping people over here to do the actual work on the land is called the headright. And it's what we expose today. That was the system of how they gained. This is why people would want to come over here, right? 1618, before the 1619 story, 1618, right? 350,000 Europeans came over here enslaved, right? How do you know they enslaved? Because many of them didn't get no land. So they, whether they were indentured and let go or not, they didn't get what they wanted. So they got, or what they were promised in the end of the day. So they went out and got it. They had to go out and get it another way. Right? Or stay in perpetual servitude the whole time. This is the cold reality of what's going on all throughout the 1600s. Right? Watch this.
Discuss how the abundance of land and a growing European demand for colonial goods impacted the demand and supply of labor in the southern Atlantic colonies. As discovered in Chapter 2, the Chesapeake was hospitable to tobacco growth. However, tobacco growth quickly took its toll on the soil. Land exhaustion created an insatiable demand for new territory. Commercial growers moved further and further up the river valleys, provoking Indian attacks. By 1630, the Chesapeake had shipped 1.5 million pounds of tobacco.
1630, right? So who was being enslaved from 1619 or 1606, right? They just admitted that it was the Europeans. Why? What they like to, call indenture, right? Really, you just got sold a bill of goods and then worked like a slave. But by 1630, they had produced over 1.5 million pounds of tobacco fresh out of Virginia. Remember, Chesapeake is in Virginia, right? Who was doing that work? It sure wasn't you. Because why? How we know? Because y'all was attacking them. Look right here. Commercial growers move further up the river valleys, provoking Indian attacks. But they shipping these people over here by the thousands. Right? They had a whole system set up to move people off the continent of Europe to the Americas to people it. Right? 1.5 million tons in just 11 years. Boy, you know how much? Do you know how much that is? That's crazy.
To Europe. And by the end of the 18th century, almost 40 million pounds were being exported. Overproduction of tobacco eventually depressed prices. And while English colonists in North America should have taken a history lesson from their counterparts in England, and the results of the depressing wool prices should have taught them to ease off production of tobacco, farmers responded in the familiar way by trying to compensate for falling prices by planting more and more acres instead of less.
Look at the Indians.
This image is an early tobacco advertisement.
Look at the Indians. Do these look like any of the 5 civilized tribes to y'all? Hold on. If this looked like a 5 civilized tribe, this looked like the modern day Chickasaw, Choctaw, the modern day Cherokee. Who is the real Indian? Look at this. And he blowing on chronic. He blowing on za. You dig what I'm talking about? He got za in the pipe. We found thousands, millions of these copper smoking pipes all across the United States. Malachi Maccabee up in this thing. What's the word, King?
CGG in the building, love, light, and balance to the fam, brother. What's going on?
Gang up in this thing, man. What's the word?
Hey, man. Hey, look, I tapped in with you this morning. And, man, look, I started watching a series. Just to let everybody know, I started watching a series on Amazon Prime called Jamestown.
Yeah.
Man, y'all go watch that. Everything Cal is talking about, they go over right in that deal, bro. Like the whole promise of land to the white and black Europeans and all that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How they was getting them off these boats and trip off this, bro. It was forcing them into what you would call slavery, because what they was promised over in the so-called quote unquote great continent was not a reality once they landed, bro. Hey, listen to me. I think it's like 3 seasons. It's called Jamestown. Y'all should watch that. And then what I tripped off of, I thought about you, Cal. No bullshit. When I tripped off of the first few episodes of season 1, when they was talking about like the people that was laboring, you know what I mean, in the fields, bro, it wasn't even no Africans. It wasn't even no Africans. I was like, man, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they show Africans in later seasons, because I ain't got that far yet. But man, they got it. They got her like a couple years before 1619.
Right.
You know what I mean? And bruh, listen to me. The first, I'm watching season 1 right now. I'm like, dang, them ain't banned 2 niggas from the Congo over in them fields over there.
No. They brought the dregs of society from Europe. You did what I'm talking about? They emptied out the jails, brought all the bums and put them over here and put them to work.
Yeah, bro. It's like this spot. If y'all watched it, right? It's like this spot was a dump site. They was dumping all the rejects. You know what I mean? And then, bro,
the same story that they tell about Australia. You dig what I'm talking about? That it was like a prison colony. Is basically the beginning of the tale of the European in America. That same story that they try to pass off on black folks in America is really their story.
Okay.
But it hit different when you see it. Because they telling us in school that you're blackity black, and we finding out that the black people that you so calling black really is Indians, and that the people who primarily are shaking and baking around there are European, but are black and white.
That's the missing connection right there, Cal.
Yeah, they black and white.
Yeah, that's the missing connection right there. Whenever we say Europeans, we never talk about what black and white Europeans came over here.
Right.
We never talk about that.
Where did the Moors go?
Yeah.
We never talk about where, because see, we always talk about 1492 expulsion of the Moors from
Spain and Portugal and all that.
From Spain.
Yeah.
But what about 1486? When they kicked out all the Jews first.
Yeah. Facts.
Where'd they go? Where did they go? You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where did these people come to? And now look, we got an old tin-type cast of an Indian right here, blowing on a peace pipe. Mind you, peace pipe come from the Ahoans, right? They was the carvers of the very first peace pipes, blowing on that Zaza. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they just wasn't growing tobacco. They grew indigo, They grew and they grew hemp and marijuana and every other crop in the whole wide world. You dig what I'm talking about? Anything that could grow here grew here, and we cultivated it. You dig what I'm talking about? Just like tobacco. Remind you, before the 1600s, Europe had never seen tobacco. They didn't know what it was.
Right.
Before 1608 in the Jamestown colony, what they call in Plymouth, they'd never seen tobacco. Big chiefin over here in America look just like this. Look
You
at
heard me.
You see, dog?
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? It's a difference when you actually see who chiefing, though.
Exactly, bro.
They always, and then we got to remember the victor of the war gonna write history his way.
Hey man, is that the Mayflower in the back?
Man, he
on
got
the water
and the Pinta. That's the Nina in the Pinta.
Is that the good ship of Jeebus?
Hey, look. Let me share this with you real quick, Mally.
Man, show it to me, man.
Real quick. Right,
man. Good to chop it up with you, Cal. You already know, big dog. Shit.
Man, they didn't hijack so much stuff, right?
Yeah.
Let me see and then twisted and turned it around and then applied it to themselves. You know what I'm talking about? But they tell you, they so cold with it, they tell you that they stole it.
Yeah.
Look, stole it, but you know basically what you gonna do about it.
That's what I was just finna say. Even when you find out pertinent information on down the line, because what you call the beast is established. You know what I mean? Regardless if they on the right or left hand side, or regardless if they pushing the evil, wicked vibration, they're established. They're together on this wicked type shit. You feel me? So when you find out information on down the line, right, it's almost like, okay, you found that out, but what you gonna do about it? You see what I'm saying? Like, what you gonna do about it? You dealing with folk who got up and did something about what it was they was talking about. You know what I mean? But go ahead, bro.
No, you right on point. You dig what I'm talking about? You right on point. Because look, this is Webster's dictionary, right? 1828 definition for American, right? Used as an adjective up here up top, pertaining to American, right? As an adjective, but as a noun, right? A person, place, a thing is a native, right? Can't go no further than that. Hold on, let's go back. Let's go see what native means. Native as an adjective means produced by nature, original, born with being, natural, not acquired, produced by nature, not fictitious or artificial, right? Conferred by birth as native rights and privileges, right? As a noun, one born in any place is said to be native of that place, right? So anybody born in America now, right, is a Native American. Anybody.
Okay.
You dig what I'm talking about? And this is how a person today who is primarily of Asian Mongoloidal genetics, you dig what I'm talking about, and European genetics can take upon the title of being native to American.
I just had a conversation with an old Caucasian European who was claiming that they was native. Yeah, like last week. I was like, huh?
How does a European ever turn into an American?
She got the name and all these different tribes and all that, but bro,
the Americans turn into?
Right.
I bet you they turn into niggas, blacks, coloreds, Indians, non-taxed African Americans. Sounding, you see why the name changed? Because we are factual and not artificial. Produced by nature, right? Original, right? But watch this. Watch this. As a noun, is a native, somebody of America. You didn't come from nowhere. So if you got Asian genetics, if you got Q genetics, if you got European, if you are a modern Native American with Eurasian genetics, that means you can't, in fact, be native. Because you and your ancestors would have had to come from here. And
Right.
They didn't. They came from somewhere else.
Came from somewhere else, right.
Let's show that this is not you, right? This is just being applied to you today. And this is why they hate to call themselves Indian, because they know they are not indigenous.
I mean, if you think about it, Cal, if you think about what you know stereotypically as an Asian, a Mexican, and basically a $5 pretendian, right? If you got all them around each other, you really can't tell them apart.
Because they
exactly
objectively proven by genetics, they all have the same genes.
Exactly. Bro, you really can't tell none of them. You really can't tell none of that apart, man. And I live amongst all that. I actually live amongst all that. You know what I mean? Bro, you can't even tell none of that apart for real. Like, you know what I mean? You know how many people I done ran up on thinking that they were quote unquote who you would call a Mexican, and they ain't even know a lick of Spanish. Because they was identifying as a Native American type. Yeah, they don't even know Spanish. Like, huh? I don't know Spanish.
The crazy part is, you ever notice that they call them brown, and they not brown. They call us black. We not black. We actually brown.
Hey man.
Hey man. But look at this, Mally. Look at this right here. It say American was originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races. Now, the crazy part about that is, descended from America, there is only one copper-colored race. Just one.
Descendant from America, like you just said.
Right. It gotta be somebody from America. There's only one. Now, over time, through admixture, and because man can mix with other men, you get different skin types, different looks, and different genetic backgrounds.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? We're not blind to none of that. But objectively, there is only one copper-colored race in America. And it's not the modern day Native American. None of them are copper colored. As a matter of fact, if you actually go look at the people who are on the reservations, 80 to 85, I would say 75 to 85% of the people who actually go and pick up a check every month are pale-faced Europeans. 100%. No indigenous blood in them at all. They have an ancestor who paid to get on a Dawes Road, but the Dawes Road is a headright system. This was able to give it away.
Okay.
And don't that 50 number sound real? They was giving out the 50-acre plots. Why? How? Headrights. See, if you don't know what happened, you can't fix what happened. American was only applied to a Negro. How do you know it's a Negro? Well, actually, they're not Negroes, Cosmo. Tighten up. Be real with it. The very first people called Negro by Europeans were Africans. When they got to America, they said that the copper-colored race of America looked like the Negroes in Africa. It's not a far stretch to a European. It's not a far stretch. They looked like them, sort of. Right? So they called them Negroes, not that they were Negroes and that's what they called themselves. No. You see what I'm saying? You see the trick? They just calling you a Negro. But because you saying we look like somebody else, then we can look today and see who you talking about.
Yeah.
Crap. Right? Because look, American was only talking about this copper color race. Now today there's only one. Ain't no other copper color race in America, and we strictly talking about North America, but the Negro.
Hey, look, and you said a key word that a lot of people skip over. You said that descend from America.
Right.
You know what I mean? Hey, can we read a little? Can I pull something real quick? Cal, the first book of God, 27, 41 through 42. Yeah.
You sharing the screen, or you want me to pull it up for you?
No, pull it up. I'm on my phone.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
So we can, you know what I mean? Because like you said, we are visual people. But everything Cal is saying, y'all, is right there in what we be reading. It's
in
right
history.
Yeah.
In history. I'm not making this up. You say first book of the Lord?
First book of God, I believe it is, chapter 27.
First book of God, chapter 24.
I think 24 or 27. I think it is
24 or 27.
27 verses 41 through 4.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm moving a little bit. Moving. First book of God, 27. You say 27, Mally?
Cal, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, 27. Yeah, I believe the one that say the copper colored man shall possess it.
Oh, listen.
I think that's that one. You know what I mean? Verse 41 through 42.
41 and 42.
I think so. Yeah.
I'm here with you. Boom. Let me make sure y'all can see that. Let me blow that up.
Show you how cold, how precise this old WASB is, man.
Right.
WASB is precise. It's a spiritual source. And that's one thing I noticed dealing with like the HOK and all them. They deal with sources, but when you try to bring a spiritual source to the table, you feel me? It starts going sideways. You know what I mean?
Right.
Show you how precise this is. What does it say, Cal? Let me see.
It say, this is the first book of God, chapter 27, 41. Oh, I speak. It says, hard is the fate of those who worship one God only. Out, look what it said. We know in America, we never praised a God. Never, not once praised a God, a Lord, a Savior, a Messiah. We always knew that was bro. Don't praise your brother.
Exactly.
Don't praise no man. Remember, Geechee also applied to God and the Creator, right? Look, Geechee meant both Creator and God. This is why we called God Geechee Manito. The thing inside of a thing.
Oh, wait.
Manito means the thing inside of a thing. So Geechee Manito, the God inside of the creator.
Oh man, that's cold.
So we've always known the difference. Always. There's never been a time that you didn't know that the creator created God. Why did you know that? Creator created God because you always knew that you were going to become what a God is. You have been taught that from infancy. This is what the whole eye always watching over you, the eye in the palm, that right of a nubai is all about realizing you become God. This is why you treat nature good. This is why you treat man good. But to overstand that and to not fall into the dupe of like praising something like the sun or another man or anything like that, you must realize you will become the thing that works through Geechee.
Through the creator.
Right? God called Manito. Right? Just like today they misapplying God to the creator.
Yeah.
We on purpose apply God to the creator. We on purpose knew that. But then the false gods come later and trick us that God is the nigga. No, the thing that make God is that. They say hard is the fate of those who worship only one creator only. One Geechee only. But look what he say. But they are mine. I look around at times and I set the evil gods flying. Be strong of heart, O my beloved. Many races will come and go on these lands. And mind y'all, we just talking about North America. We ain't talking about nothing else. Right? Many races will come and go on these lands. But the red man, ain't none of them on that plantation red. None of them on that reservation red. But if you look in every city, so-called the ghetto, it's a whole bunch of red people there. And they shall inhabit it far and near. And then another evil god. Every time you came into contact with a god, it was to your detriment. You didn't gain from coming into touch with Quetzalcoatl. You didn't gain into coming into attack or contact with Isobet or the false Itura. Here go the second one. Christ in America, listen, in North America, right? We did not have these stories. We did not accept this. We fought this. But in Mesoamerica, they already had the stories of a man walking on water, feeding people out of nothing, and then dying ignominiously for his God and his reasons. So when, right, they already had that through Quetzalcoatl, but what they didn't know was the Christ was the redo of Quetzalcoatl, and they both came from the same false god. The same false god who killed Quetzalcoatl is the God who, the name Christ, who is inspiring this new Jesus character that they pushing up on the people through the Reconquista at this time. Do y'all understand that it's the same false god pulling the same trick twice? The same one as Luamon both times. And look, they tell you who it is. Owaspi is dope. It's Christ. It's not Jesus. It's just Jesus in Christ's name is doing this. Remember, Jesus is not real. He's a literary invention. And look, Christ was called an evil God by the Indians. So don't, when they say native in here, don't get twisted out of source, because remember, I want to get back to this. I want to get back to this right here. The fact that the copper colored races that was found here by the Europeans when they got here are called American, right? Those are the natives, the real natives. But now, look, this is what I want to show. Now, today in 2024, that native term is being applied to the descendants of Europeans. So this is who are Europeans who are born in America. So who are the Europeans born in America who are calling themselves today native? Let's take a look. Cosmon ain't no hater. Let's go look at some of these 5 civilized tribes, because you had to be civilized. So this is how we know they ain't talking about you, right? You gave the world civility. So they can't be turning around now talking about you. Let's go look at some of these guys right now. And the heads, let me see. The descendants, I want to show y'all hold on, watch this. Hold on, let me go back. Watch this. Chiefs of the 5 civilized tribes. Watch this. Look, here go the chiefs of the 5 civilized tribes today. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see that?
No, I see the
Hold on, let me
it
share
should
this.
say American. Oh, okay, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
These today are the chiefs
Oh my God, bro.
of the
These
5
they look
civilized
like
tribes.
Jerry Springfield. Nigga, Bill Belichick on there.
Remember, American or native, a native of America was applied to a copper-colored race, right? But found here by Europeans. But now, today, look at the picture now, today, it is applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. Do you see it? How many? Okay. All right. We ain't gonna just kick this dead horse down the street. So when they be saying, because you will hear a lot of my Aboriginal people say, you don't call yourself native. And now today we do make that distinction, because the modern day Native American is a Eurasian. He is not Aboriginal. He can't be by his genetics. Right? Let me go back and share this. Let me share this. Let me get into some of this. Oh, right? Because then another evil god, right? Christ was called an evil god by the Indians. Shall come and flay. And under the name of Christ, did they come and slay Indians in America? Yes,
Big facts. Big facts.
They shall come and flay and destroy who? The Indians, his sons and daughters, to cover all the lands with pure blood. Pure blood. Listen, that means it didn't come from nowhere else. So there are a pure-blooded people, right, from America. They got a name. Today, they are calling them Indians, right? But they have been misnomered. Why? Because they have been flayed and destroyed. Sound familiar, Israelite, Nazarene, Essene? Huh? But then look at your creator, look at your father. And he said, then? When? When is that? Ain't it good to know when? In 1848. In the Cosmon era. Today. Then. In 1848, I will come again and rout the evil God. Ain't that good to know that the Pope kicked Jeebus out of Rome in 1847? Look it up. The Pope became the vicar of Christ in 1847 and kicked Jesus out of Rome in 1847. When did the Cosmon era start? 1848. Then I will come again and rout the evil God and raise up his sons, the great Algonquins. Raise up his daughters. The great Algonquin, the great Egoquim, full of glory. I will bring their kindred spirits from across the water. Who like an Indian,
Uh-oh.
but not an Indian,
Uh-oh.
who coming with I praise a creator, not a God only doctrine. I don't war. I don't eat meat. I don't kill people. I practice circumcision. I am a wise speaking people, but I'm not African. I just came from that way. I'm like an Indian. I'm kindred blood spirit to an Indian. This is the misunderstanding of what a Persian, what an Asiatic, what an Israelite, what an Essene, what a Shemite, not a Semite, a Shemitic man is. He is just the Negro of the East, while the American is the Negro of the West. Same genetic stock. And then the crazy part is the Israelite and the Indian, the Algonquin, did the same thing. As a matter of fact, it is the same word. It's the same word. And then the people go on to do. So should it be any coincidence that through that Israelite tongue they say Yehovah, and in America they say Yehovah, Eoah. What? You think it's just a mistake? They spoke different tongues. As soon as they got to praising, yeah, it got to cracking. And they said, Jehovah. And they said, Yehovah. You think it's a mistake? And they did the same thing that now in 2024, Owaski is saying these is your kindred. And they always trying to tie these 10 lost tribes to some Indians in America. Make sense now? Make sense now?
Oh, even what you saying, the Negroes of the East with the Negroes of the West.
They're not African.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Moses. I'm talking about Jebus. I'm talking about Abraham. I'm talking about Jacob. I'm talking about Isaac. They was Negroes, not Hamitic Africans.
Big facts.
Two different people. Even in the Bible, they tell you Ham is the producer of all the dark races except the Negroes. Well, where do the Negroes of the East come from if they not Africans? Or from the Hamitic continent. Where are you from?
Shemitic.
You Shemitic. You gotta be Shemitic. Where is that land? Come to find out, it's in the middle of all the three lands. Don't that make sense? What happens when you mix everybody together? You produce a nigga. So when you produce that Ham, Shem, Japhet, Gautama, Yista all together in the midst of that three great lands, which is now called Persia. And they're all born by the Altai Mountains in the north, by the Hindu Kush Mountains in the south, and by the Zagros Mountains in the west, and the Himalayas in the east. That land in the middle is where the so-called Asiatic, the so-called black man of the east, the nigga of there comes from. He is your Asiatic. He is your Semitic. And out of this people group, you go on to produce Brahma. You go on to produce Capilia. You go on to produce not Isaiah, but the guy in the Bible who's portrayed to be Isaiah. His name is Esau. This is where you get the stories of Esau in the Quran, and they're playing the stories of Esau off as the stories of Jesus, when it's actually Isaiah or Esau. You see how I go? This is how it ties in with that Arabic tie, because it's all of it. And then hold on, let's remember the very first prophet come out the same era. Zarathustra, a big ass nigga. Zarathustra about 18 feet tall, and put balls on. Beat breaks off you, kill you, and then raise you back up out the dead like Lazarus. Real talk. Boy wasn't no joke. Beat you to death. You could remind you, this is an 18-foot man, proportionate, not no skinny. I got a disease. No, I'm 18 feet tall, so that means I am roughly 1,200 pounds.
Yeah, that's a big cat right there, boy.
What?
That ain't nothing to play with. You might want to get out the way.
Yeah, well, with one of them coming, he gonna fold you up when you block it. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and then they said he wasn't no punk. Couldn't nobody put him on his back. So he out here dumping the best of the warriors, best of the best warriors. And that means there are other big people his size or comparable. They said he was the biggest at the time, this circa 7,000 BC.
I mean, shit. I mean, he 18 foot. He make a 15-footer look like a little joker.
A little nigga.
I mean, you 3 feet taller. You know what I mean? Like you, like today you ain't got nobody that's 3 feet taller than the next cat for real, unless you're dealing with a midget versus a Shaquille O'Neal or some crazy nigga. This cat, look, bro. If you was 15 foot, you was a little cat to him. Let alone 12. Niggas ain't even getting past what 7? What's the tallest today? 7'6".
Let's just say
you ain't even getting to the 8 feet.
Let's say you 7 foot, right? If you double that, you shorter than a 15-footer still.
Yeah, so Shaquille O'Neal is still Shaquille O'Neal twice.
Right.
It's still a little nigga.
Right. And then hold on. You got a nigga that's 1 inch taller than him, but Zarathustra 3 feet taller than the nigga that's bigger than 2 Shaquille O'Neals.
That's crazy.
What type of man are we really,
what kind of a man? Man, that's crazy, bro.
This mankind, what kind of man? Right? Because these niggas is not normal. And then what we end up finding out is they everywhere around the world. Everywhere. There ain't nowhere they ain't. And then many of the people groups are delving back into this blood stock.
Yeah.
So then how was the regular people?
Here, I want to read that Lord's third book too.
All right, you know I got it pulled up.
Yeah, that chapter 2. I don't know if you got to finish that verse 42. That chapter 2 of that Lord's third book, they put it right on the line.
Listen. This stuff is crazy. It reveals so much. Because he says, look, I will bring there, who there? The Indians. I will bring the Indians' kindred spirit, faithists. So now we know who we talking about from across the water. Who is the faithist from across the water? Who has a name comparable to Egoquim? It's only Israel. Who did the same thing? Who was kindred to the acts, practices, functions of society in America? Only the Indian and only the Israelite. They come later, but this later, remember, we in 3953 BC or before. Actually, we're in the Ark of Lu from 7053 BC to 3953 BC. Ark of Lu. Right? We way back then. We 9 to 6,000 years ago. Right? He says, I will bring over, and mind you, I want to tell you, this is a prophecy about something that's going to happen still another 2,400 years later after 3953 BC. So the story is being told 9,000 years ago about something that's going to happen in 1553. So in 7,000, they telling something about 7,000 BC. They telling something about what's going to happen in 1500. This is what's going on, right? And then he said it's going to happen again. Watch this. I will bring their kindred faithists from across the water, a wise speaking people who worship none born of woman. A people who do not war, who do not kill off weaker nation. I will come in the Tononachi, and the Huchicas, the Mohican and Mohican, and Iroquois confederacies. My hand shall reach around the earth in that day. What day?
Oh, wait.
1848. So this has already been cracking. Do you know what a Hochika is? You ever heard of the Chattahoochee? Do you know who the Mohican and the Mahican people are? Algonquins. What about the Iroquois Confederacy? Heard of the Haudenosaunee? They gave you your whole constitution, which we're finding out comes from the great peacemaker himself, Iwata, an Algonquin. What has been misnomered as a Negro today. They tell you about all the great prophets everywhere else in the world. They don't never talk about the one here. My hand shall reach around the world in 1848, and I will chase away all gods and saviors born of woman. Started in Rome, didn't it? You've been watching the constant decline of Christianity in all religion ever since. Everything been getting exposed, especially this year, ain't it? And all men shall worship the Great Spirit only. Now I want to.
No way.
This is what my brother wanted to show y'all real quick. We describe him because they talk about these Indians, right?
Mm-hmm.
They call them Algonquins. They don't even know that really they not Algonquins. The 40 mighty nations together, just like we got 50 states, so called.
Yeah.
We have 46,000 years ago set up by Iwata. Same order, same thing. All the nations already set together. Those are called Algonquin. Thousands of years before it was ever called America. And still during that time, and this is 3,500 years ago, the name Gautama still was on earth. Our ancients still called this place Gautama. You don't get the stories of Amaruka till 1500 BC AD. You get the stories of the Great Turtle Island and Great Gautama back 3,500. Way before that, with the Mount Shasta Indians, their stories go back 12,000 years. Some say 25. But we describing this Indian of America. Creators say you're gonna readily know these Anguis. Many of us never even heard this word before. It's Paleo-Algonquin for first men, upright men, the talking man, the Indian, the first of men. Only in America. We just talking about in America, right? These Anguis, mind you, the very first people we came into contact with was a Latin-based speaking people called Portuguese and Spanish, right? In the Portuguese and Spanish, right, there is no wo sound. So in this, I want y'all to hear this angui, right? These anguis, which is a people type, right, go on to be called Indian, American Indian, right? Now we're gonna go describe these Anguis, these American Indians. We're gonna describe them.
Y'all pay attention. Pay close attention. Check this out.
This is the only. Listen, I want to drive this point in. This is why the Aboriginal movement and faithism go hand in hand. Why? Because it gives the American Indian his nationality, heritage, culture, ethnicity back with adapt lessons and ways to prove it, and is the only spiritual book in the world. Remember, it is through the authority of a God from a biblical text that allowed them to give you dumb diversis in the doctrine of discovery. So why wouldn't a spiritual text purportedly to be from the creator of all things also be used when it is revealing that the Negro of America is indigenous to America and was anciently called an Angui, which today is, look, if you move the G and the W, right, and move the N, E, E, you got G, and the O to the N, you got Negro. Remember, the first people you came to had a Latin-based language. There is no wo sound in the Latin language, period. There's no wo. So Negro becomes Negro because you're already brown and you match what they've already seen. So they called you Negro, not that you were it. They called you it because that is the most common thing that they knew that you looked like to them, right? So Negro becomes Negro because there is no wo sound in Latin, period. But look, it's going to go describe these people. Watch this. The Anguis, the Negroes, came suddenly into the world. You know what? I'm not even going to put that on there. We're just going to talk about the Anguis. The Anguis, right, came suddenly into the world. By the thousands and thousands they came in the north, south, east, and west. Now, mind you, we talk about North America. But we're going to go describe these people. They had long hair, black, and coarse.
There go that nappy hair, that woolly hair.
My thing is there any other people, right? Well, hold on, let's just read it. But their skin was brown, copper colored, just like they said the original American was, who was found here by the European. So we see that these people got long, black nigger hair, that's coarse, and they got brown skin called copper color, and the brown skin is copper color, just like the American. Their arms were short, which means they didn't have long monkey-like arms. They was proportionate.
Yeah, it wasn't elongated. Right.
So if that means you're symmetrical, so you'll be more athletic, more beautiful, generally, just in shape. Your arms were short, like the Ions. Well-built people, but small. But you are large. Where you get that large size from? Huh? You well-built, spiritually, symmetrically. This is why you're the most beautiful people on the planet. Their arms were short like the Ions. Very proud was these Anguis. Anybody jump fresh to death more than a Negro? Huh? Who got more? Nobody got more shoes than what's the brother name? He got a warehouse full of shoes from the NBA. Don't nobody jump fresh like these people. Now we describing a people just in America, y'all. They got to be burned. They got to be copper colored, right? They got to have long hair. It can be black. It got to be black, right? For the most part. But this is the kicker. It got to be coarse. So when we look up, right? Black coarse hair.
I was about to say we visual people. We just look up copper skin with black nappy coarse hair.
Look right here. I didn't put nothing extra on it. We just looking for. Hold on. Let me go back to this. We looking for. I ain't even put the long in there. I just wrote black coarse hair. We talk about Americans, right? Whose skin must be brown, copper color. They must be symmetrical, hence pretty, beautiful, a spiritual type people. They got to be a proud people. Huh? They get up, take baths, brush their teeth, praise the creator, work out, do music. They take pride in whatever it is they do. AKA, nigga, you just stepped on my Jordans. I just got these. They would not mix back with their forefathers, the great Ahuans, the megalithic builders, the warlike men whose arms were long. Why? Because these Anguis are a mix of Ahuans and Ions. Ions are your mound builders. Ahuans are your megalithic builders. This is where the Negro comes from, the Angui. Day one, you already at mix, so get past it. You mix with two Indians, Indian of America who built the mounds, called Ion, and the Indian of America who built the great megalithic structures of America, right? Also Negroidal, called Ahuan, right? Y'all go back and look at my build on the Ahuans, who they are in America, and that they left their name on everything that they built. Once you know who you are, you can go back and see what you did, right? And they dared not mix with the sacred people. Who? The Ions, also you. Where you?
Hey, yeah, that was a great that was a great build too,
Yeah,
Cal.
y'all check that out, man.
Check that out.
Ahuans. You dig what I'm talking about? The giant megalithic builders of America. You dig what I'm talking about? They dared not mix with the sacred people because of the commandment of the Lord. And these Anguigans, right? These iron-leaning Ahuans, these iron-leaning modern men, these Indians became a new race in the world, having all the symmetry of the iron and the savages of the Ahuan. Right? Now, so as I was saying before, Owaspi is the only text in the world telling you that these niggas, right?
Yeah.
Who got black, coarse, long hair, right? These Indians, their skin was brown, specifically copper colored, right? Who is the copper colored people? They are the Americans, the natives, the true natives of America who got found here by Europeans. They are the copper colored races called Aboriginals. Now this American term is being applied to who? The descendants of Europeans. Right? These people. You see it?
Man, that's look, that's a headshot.
You see it?
It's a headshot.
But in fact, today, my hands is coming out of the Tononachi, Algonquins, who? The Hochicas. These are all your Southeast Indians. This is what they misunderstanding is Mississippian culture. This is why everybody tied into that Algonquin speaking stock. This is why there is a Chattahoochee River, a Chattahoochee River. Look, the Mohican. This is why there's a Mohegan, and a Mohawk. Right? Look, all these Algonquin stocks. And then you got an Iroquoian stock. He's saying today, these revelations in 2024 is coming up out of these people. Come to find out, the only 4 people in America bringing this stuff out is the 4 horsemen. It's only 4 of us. All of us niggas with ties to America. And then the crazy part is my brother, Sela Shalom, got ties to Western Africa, but we got the documents of the American Colonization Society that where his people is found on record in Africa, they went and colonized that place. We colonized Africa, not the other way around. This is in the 1800s. 1813, we shipped 13,000 people over there and set up Liberia. We set up the whole, basically, western coast of Africa. We did that. American Indians went over there. This is why they finding blood stock. You going over there and they so sure you come from Western Africa, they don't even test you against the oldest bones in America. They put you in them blood panels and them DNA houses, 23s and me's and African ancestries and all that. They put you straight against panels from Africa, against living people. Against living people. They don't never take into migration. They don't take into, we sent a whole bunch of niggas over there. They don't take into the account that roughly 3 to 5 million white folks from Europe, pale-skinned Europeans called Africans, were in the western coast of Africa from 1500 to 1800. They never take into account migration. The Ottoman Empire held pale, white-skinned Europeans in Western Africa from 1500 to 1800. Over 5 million of them. Does it make more sense now that you know that some brown Europeans probably did deals with brown Europeans to sell white Africans into slavery? That's the story they're trying to put on you, but it was them. Remember, the same time that they supposed to be shipping you from Africa somewhere, we see white folks getting shipped over here by their records. In the 1600s, Ottoman Empire said, man, we've been enslaving you niggas since the 1400s. But from 1500 to 1800, remember, slavery was ended by the English in 1808. Right? They had a whole little thing to catch boats. You know what I mean? The whole Navy just to catch people that was trying to ship people over here. Where the Barbary Wars and all this stuff coming in. But my thing is, you was already here. Them stories that they try to put on them slave ships didn't happen to your people. How? You was here already. You never had to get on a boat. And then to come to find out that even many of the brown brothers that did get caught up in it, many of them were European, also African, right? We're not debating or even trying to deny that the slave trade didn't happen. That's just dumb. We're not saying that it didn't happen, but we're saying the American trade in and of itself was massively outweighing anybody bringing actual people from Africa, and they did come. But we're saying primarily who came over here from Africa were pale faces. This is how, think about it. If a brown-skinned Indian and a brown-skinned African get together, how can you look at it and tell it's a mulatto? The baby gonna look like a brown-skinned baby. You can't tell what it is.
Right, exactly.
Right? But if you always know that African, which became equivalent to slave, right? Remember, they tried to tie African to slave. Later on, they tied Negro to it, right? Later. But from day one, the African was tied to Negro and slave, right? Day one. Day one, it was tied to slave. African is a slave. Well, how do you know this? The resulting baby is a mulatto. Somebody gotta be pale skinned. So if we know the copper color American is already copper color, who must be white to produce this mulatto baby every time? The African. Why they don't never show you a blue black nigga getting off them boats in the Caribbean? But out of the result of the people that's coming from Western Africa, and when we see them returning back into Americas, they mix mulattoes. Wow. Do y'all know that a Portuguese, I'm talking about the word Portuguese, from the 1680s to the late 1700s, meant a person of half Indian and half European stock. The word Portuguese in America meant a mulatto before there was a country called Portuguese. Let that sink in a second. Let that sink in. Before the country of Portugal existed, a Portuguese was a mixed mulatto American and European. Did you go over there? Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Huh? He said, look what he said. They had long hair. Where's my thing? They had long hair, black and coarse. But their skin is brown copper color. That's it. Ain't no more people than the people who look like this. Look. Who look like this in America are the Indians, the Anguis, the Negroes, copper color, coarse, black hair. And look, it does this and it does this. You following me? It does both. Black, long, coarse. Look, all this hair this sister got. All this dang on hair. Where's she at? Hold on, let me try to get a good picture of this sister here. Right here. All that hair she got. Do that look black, long, coarse? Is she copper color? Is she in America? Is her hair long, black, coarse? Is she copper color? Is she in America? Huh? Simple. It's only one people in America who fit this narrative. It's only one. He ain't African.
Man, that's cold. That's spot on right there, bro.
You dig what I'm talking
That's
about?
spot on. You got location, you got hair type, you got skin color. You know what I mean? You got all that.
And then look, this is a key part right here. Having all the symmetry of the iron. That means not only symmetry physically, but that is symmetry spiritually. So that means not only, and then this is dope too. the savageness of the Ahuan, meaning you are a very physical people, meaning you are going to dominate sports, any physical action type of today. You should be the best fighters in all sports. If you are in a combat sport, you should be the best. Is that true today? Who's the best?
Yeah.
Who's the best at sports?
Yeah.
Long distance, quick running. And it's not only just all melanated people, but it's a special one. We talking about the one in America. There's only one of you. So we should see the people with the most medals in the physical games come from one place, primarily.
That ain't hard to tell. You feel me?
At her house? Okay.
Hey, Cal, but look, I gotta hop off, bro. It was good jumping on her, hollering at you. We did.
Man,
keep
y'all
doing
go to Honor and Humility, man. STL, sub, like, share, man. My boy Malachi Maccabee be dropping that heat.
Man, you know what time it is, big dog. We never gonna stop. Y'all go over to CGG, Creative Gang TV, like, subscribe, share, tap on in with the gang, man. A lot of light coming out. A lot of light. But I'm about this deal, man. Love, light, and balance to everybody. Megaton light bomb out this deal.
Yeah.
Peace,
Man, we
bro.
dropping out the atmosphere. You dig what I'm talking about, man? My Malachi Maccabee. You dig what I'm talking about? The light bomb himself, man. Love, light, balance to you, King. Now look, let's get back into this patent system. This is what they, under the color of law, are applying as real today, but it is through this same headright, patent, and deed system that you're gonna get your land back. Right? This is a copy, right, of a land grant, right? A colonial surveys were simple documents referencing features on the ground such as red oak trees. You dig what I'm talking about? This is a survey for a man named Wren James, or James Wren, right? In April 5th, 1773, right? The Secretary of the colony prepared a patent, a land deed, later known as a grant, based on this survey, right? See? Based on this survey, right? He kept one and forwarded another to the governor, and the governor approved the patent. The copy would be delivered to the new landowner. The chain of title starts with the patent issued by the secretary and bound in the books at his office. Land was subdivided, resurveyed, and resold over the years. But look, the secretary was not involved in the subsequent land transfers, meaning that when you go look back, you should see the original, not the ones that were resurveyed, resold over the years. We just caught a thief. Later, deeds and surveys documenting new parcels and new ownerships were recorded in the files of just the local county court. Starting to make sense why all them courts and records and all them stuff start burning down. Once a land patent was issued, the land was supposed to be settled within a period of 3 years unless the trees were cleared and crops planted. Ownership was supposed to revert back to the colony. That requirement was designed to spur settlement and deter land speculation and affected individual minor grants. The rules were applied differently to larger grants, right? Land speculation was a major part of the gentry's acquisition of wealth and power throughout the colonial period. Basically, they were betting that the land would gain in worth and wealth. I mean, that's the best bet you could ever have. And it did, right? So they would buy up these massive amounts of tracts of land and just hold them, right? If you worked it cool and he found out about you, I'm going to get some bread about you guys, or else you got to go. Or better yet, you feeling one of my needs anyway. I need somebody to populate it, because now I can give you a tobacco seed and you can farm and crop that land and shoot that bread, that tobacco over here to London so I can make money hand over fist. See the game? The rules apply differently to larger grants. Land speculation was a major part of the gentry's acquisition of wealth and power throughout the colonial period. The gentry controlled the council that, together with the governor, issued land orders and grants for chunks of land measured in the tens of thousands of acres. How? You don't own none of it. Nobody bought any of it. On the idea that your God said that you could just take it. You killed off, genocided, and warred against the people, and then created this system of giving it away so you can make money. The governor and council extended deadlines required for settling large grants, such as the 100,000 acres given to Jost Height in 1730. You just gave him 100,000 acres. When the land speculators were unable to recruit the number of settlers required within the time frame of the land order, the Williamsburg officials also altered the standard procedures for acquiring clear title to land in order to stimulate settlement west of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the 1730s. There were no county courts administering land west of the Blue Ridge until the creation of Orange County in 1734. Treasury rights and headrights required actions by county surveyors and justices of the peace. But in 1730, Governor Gooch and the council calculated that the threat of French and Native American incursion on the western edge of the colony was too great to wait for the General Assembly to establish new counties. They issued 9 vaguely worded land orders for 835,000 acres to land speculators between 1730 and 1732. This is criminal. In the speculation that the speculators would recruit Protestant white settlers to establish small farms west of the Blue Ridge. Now, dodge the hijacked again. Remember, these are Protestants from Europe. Many white has nothing to do with skin color. Just like you call black, but your skin ain't black. So it actually has nothing to do with your skin color. Black is a social status, which must be put behind us too. Also, shout out to the Moors. You dig what I'm saying? They've been letting us know that forever. And they right, but remember, this is the social statuses that they use and they're applying, and it's through the understanding that it was applied to us as black. But I want y'all to understand then, if black has nothing to do with your actual skin color, neither does white. The fact that you are Protestant or Christian and European makes you white, irregardless of your skin color. So there were black Protestants or brown skin melanated Protestants and pale skin Protestants. Pale skin and melanated Protestants, both called white. Let me show you. If you don't believe that, let me show you a picture of a man named Cotton Mather. This is Cotton Mather. Hold on. Let me see if I can open this up. Right? Hold on. Let me get a good picture of it. Because they always like the black and white, the pictures. You dig what I'm talking about? What is a quote unquote Negro up here? Look. Look. This is Cotton Mather. Protestant. European. White. Clearly a Negro. Right? Dodge the hijack over here. You dig what I'm talking about? This is the real Cotton Mather. Right here. This nigga. So this is a Protestant. Stop biting on my cord. This is a Protestant from Europe known as white in the 1700s. Right? I just wanted y'all to show y'all that. Dodge the hijack. Don't let them box you in with these social constructs, because many of your enemies look just like you. This is what I'm trying to get through to you. Look at all this stuff they was giving away. All right? Just taking people's stuff. Until Orange County was created in 1734. All right? No Virginia County court or surveyor operated west of the Blue Ridge. Source from the Newberry Library, Atlas of Historical County Boundaries, Virginia. The Virginia gentry dominated the council even more than they controlled the House of Burgesses. We need to get off into that. I'll call up my homeboy OTK. He well versed into the House of Burgesses, which is more south, right? But we'll get into that. South Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, the Carolinas, right? We'll get into that a little later. I'll chop it up with my boy. We'll get down and break that down. But though the governor was appointed by the king in London and given instructions to direct the royal interest in the colony, land policy ended up being designed to increase the wealth of Virginia elite, and governors accommodated themselves to the first families of Virginia. The process for transferring small parcels to land claimants via headrights and treasury rights was decentralized to the county level, but the council and governor retained the power to award larger land grants. In 1710, right? In 1710, same time, right, that you would find this guy, Cotton Mather, a white Protestant. See this brother? He was called White Protestant in 1710, right? That's the hijack, y'all. 1710, the governor and council stipulated that grants for more than 400 acres required an order of council, but headrights to 50 acres of land due free immigrants or their dependents, right? So, but headrights to land were still acquired at the county courts. Treasury rights, purchase rights to land, were available only from the receiver general of the colony until 1717. The lieutenant governor, Alexander Spotwood, proclaimed that they could be purchased from county surveyors. Look at that. They just selling the land right up under your right up under your nose. They created a patent for some stuff that your family had lived on for thousands of years and sold off land that didn't own to them, that didn't have a claim to it. Now, mind you, the Indian of America, the idea that you or yourself owned specific land was a foreign idea, as you see. You had run of the land where your people was, just for the simple fact that you were birthed in a certain place. That's it. Those who obtained warrants, surveyed tracts, and actually acquired the documents which certified their exclusive ownership of a particular parcel or land patents might sell 100 acres for as much as 300 pounds or 60 shillings, or as much as 3 pounds or 60 shillings. The land purchased by a treasury right at 10 shillings per 100 acres, that was a 600% markup. Now, remember, they told you that they was getting these headright laws or land grants for people that they were shipping over here from Europe, right? So let's say they shipped 60. The cap they got with the county official and said instead of 60, we shipped 120. Right? So off of that 60, you got headright claimants. You dig what I'm talking about? You got a free 60 or 3,000 acres. That 3,000 acres is now split up with the county dude who did the deal, the captain and his crew. You see how you can just start gaining land and property and all that stuff? These boys was getting off these boats with land and property and all this stuff that they never had in Europe. And then once you get there, you could sell off a little bit of it at a 600% markup for something you got for free that you really didn't even own. See the game? But now you got a title. So, make you look at your car different, don't it? Make you look at your house different. Who really own it then? The nigga who's selling it got a title, but he don't own it. The county still really own it, huh? Did they sell you your title at a 600% markup? You see what I'm saying now? When Virginia created a land office in 1779 and began to sell unappropriated Western lands to finance Revolutionary War costs, the price was 40 pounds per 100 acres. Dig what I'm talking about? Stories all up in here. I'm gonna share this too. I'll share this in the chat. As a matter of fact, let me copy this real quick and download this in the chat so everybody can have this. You dig what I'm talking about? Everybody can have that. Booyah. Booyah. There you go. That's for everybody. Let's get back to this. On the edge of the settlement, freed indentured servants and immigrants moving south from Pennsylvania established their own codes for acquiring land. By occupying land far from a county court, new settlers could clear forests and create farms without paying anyone. You see? Without paying anyone for the land rights. The first colonists to occupy a valley would select the best land for farming, using their knowledge of different tree species to recognize the sites. What knowledge? Who gave you this knowledge in America? Remember, you ain't bring no trees here. There was already trees here. Who had the knowledge of the trees here? The Indians. Using their knowledge of different tree species to recognize sites with the most fertile soil. Planting a field demonstrated a commitment to occupy land and establish what is called a corn right for 100 acres. Let's look that up real quick. All right, let's go back here and look up corn right. Right? When we run across a word we don't know, right? We go and look it up. Right? What are corn rights? To protect the country's agricultural interests, in 1815, the British Parliament enacted the Corn Laws, which prevented the import of foreign corn until the price of domestic corn reached a specific price. What was the purpose of the Corn Law? Right? Against the backdrop of a strained post-war economy, Tory Prime Minister Lord Liverpool passed the Corn Laws of 1815. These laws placed tariffs on several grains imported from other countries, such as wheat and maize, to favor domestic agriculture over there in England. Where you get maize from? Huh? They was eating on American wheat and maize. Right? I'm just going to prove it. Building a cabin created a cabin right. Cutting down trees defined boundaries of other claimed land, known colloquially as a tomahawk right. Public awareness of a claim and its boundaries was a key to acquiring title to land in colonial Virginia. Witness trees and surveyors' monuments showed responsibility of development and been shifted from the King Queen of London. The transfer to private ownership was a public process that ended with a document. The word for that document, patent, was derived from the Latin word for open. Remember, the whole idea is they're trying to tell you that there's nobody on this land, so they could just take it by God right or dumb diverses. The patent granted all rights for further development of parcel to new owners. Right? Colonial governors were supposed to require that at least 3 out of every 50 acres was improved, cultivated before transferring the rights of the king or queen. Building a 16 by 20 foot claim house qualified as an improvement, but no one had to live on the land in person. Colonists thought cultivating the land generated a right to own the land. This is a bag drop. colonists thought. This is what they thought, their subjectivity. That just because they were duped to come over here and gave rights, so-called, to take other people's lands, and that they cultivated on it, that generated a right to own the land. Colonists thought cultivating the land generated a right to own the land. So remember, I gave you that whole idea that somebody kicked in your door this morning. You did what I'm talking about, put his feet up on your couch and turned your TV on, right? Threw his dog in your backyard and put a couple plants in the ground. That's his house now. This is what colonists thought. That I come in, colonize you, rape, pillage, do everything to you. And just because I put a little cup of corn in the ground that you showed me how to grow, because I ain't know how to do it. Mind you, I'm seeing corn for the very first time, just like I'm seeing tobacco. Right? They thought just because you did that, you had a right to the land. That you kicked the dough in, put your feet up on the couch, put some plants in the ground. Claims of Native American based on use of hunting, raising, without obvious transformation of the landscape were finessed. They finessed it. So they used it against the Indian when it was beneficial to them, but then turn around and used it as just because I put some plants here, it's mine now, buddy. Right? They finessed it. Backcountry lands were large enough to support a family. Later settlers would generally respect such claims unless they were so extensive that the boundaries reflected an effort to lock up high quality land for speculation rather than actual use, and choose other property to carve their farms out of the forest. A person would arrive often years later, and assert the land was their property based on some legal documentation processed at the county court or further away in Williamsburg. At that point, the first settlers had two choices. See the game now? Remember, little Lord Fauntleroy never came over here. He had been working it out, duped you and your whole family, your whole crew to come over here and work for 7 years to clean that land out. Right? You didn't set up a little farm. You thought you had it. Right? This is the American dream. I done stole some shit, and now I'm acting like it's mine. But now, Big Dog, who actually owned it, then came back and claimed it on you. There ain't nothing you can do about it. Now, at that point, the first settlers had two choices. They could abandon their farm and move further west, or agree to pay for the land. Uh-oh. See how that could become a problem? Right? Many times, our ancestors owned this land, had houses and everything up on the deal. Some dude came up here talking about he farming. And through this headright system, he had a piece of paper that said he owned the land. Now, you can run with this or we get these sheriffs on you. Because with this piece of paper comes a way to enforce the claim. Right? So you had two choices. You're going to get down, and move and agree to pay for the land, or you going to lay down. and abandon your farm and move further west. You got two choices. You gonna get down or you gonna lay down. Abandoned farms, right? Some of them people just move west. Abandoned farms might have higher theoretical value. Why? Since the land was cleared and some fences and buildings might be usable, but those at a legal right then had to find a buyer. Squatters who chose to stay were charged a higher price than they would have paid for a treasury right, but typically paid nothing for years of previous use and might receive generous terms to pay over several years, right? How? By producing a product, right? This is the understanding of what they call in quick rents. Hey, hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. All right. Right back at it. Right? A third option to resist the claim of the person with legal rights to the land was tried at least once. Right? So some dudes was like, when I ain't getting down, I ain't laying down, we gonna book. Right? George Washington visited Western Pennsylvania in 1784 and found squatters on lands he had been awarded for service in the French and Indian War and the American Revolution. The occupants were Scotch Irish Presbyterians. We know the Scottish and the Irish coming over to the America, many called Jacobites, were Negroidal. Right? You know the Jacobites were Negroidal. These are the guys who got kicked out, the Presbyterians that fought with King James. Right? This 1784, though. So they've been here a while, since they came over here in the 1650s. But we know these as niggas. Copper-colored, Negroidal Europeans called Scotch and Irish. Right? These groups, right, who have been coming over since the time of William Penn, since the time of the Quakers. But these are this Irish, Scottish, Irish Presbyterian stock had lived on George Washington's land for over a decade. He didn't even know. Of some land that he was just awarded. They felt their improvements and resistance to incursions by Native Americans qualified them to be owners rather than renters with an obligation to pay an absentee landlord. Washington's prominence as a military hero of the American Revolution did not awe the group who called themselves the Covenanters after Presbyterian Scots who had opposed Charles I in the 1640s. After Washington made clear that he had the resources to ensure his ownership of the land through the courts, 13 of the Covenanters decided it would be better to pay and acquire clear title. He was going to call in the dogs on him. Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Hey, well,
I
okay.
came to get in your butt.
Well, what?
I shared your stream. It's 200 and something of my people in here. You ain't say hi to not one damn person. And I said, well, the nerve of him. When I
sorry,
came in
Sister
here,
Becky.
it was 11 damn people. And I said, oh, he's reading something great. Let me share. So I shared, and everybody's over here. Well, at least some of them, most of them, a lot of them. And you ain't say hi to not one person.
You know what? I'm rude.
Yes,
and you know what, Sister Betty? I be teaching. I don't be looking at the chat. I don't be seeing the chat.
Well, you need to say hi to people when they first, all these people, this is their first time ever coming to your channel.
And I appreciate that, Sister Betty.
How else
You
you
know
expect
I didn't do
people
that
to
on purpose.
subscribe?
You know, I got, I was raised by a copper color mama. I got some home training.
And
you did what I'm talking about. So you gotta excuse me. I'm hard headed sometimes, and I'm like a pit bull. I'll be off doing what I'm doing, and I'm focused. I didn't see nobody in the chat. Yeah, as a matter of fact, let's give some of these shout outs, Sister Betty.
Shout out to you. Your StreamYard doesn't let you see how many people are in your chat.
When I'm in the file, it doesn't. Like when I'm out in looking at it right now, it does. Man, salute. Sub, like, share, man. This your big bro, Cosmon Cal, man. I'm over here with Chief Thunder.
All right, y'all. Subscribe to him, y'all. He's saying hi now. So
I'm sorry, I didn't see the I didn't even see the chat. I was just going in. Man, who up in this thing, man? We got a whole bunch of people up in this thing, man.
It says it's showing 212 watching.
Yeah, man. Salute to y'all for coming through. All the Algonquin tribes, all the Iroquoian tribes, all the Sioux speaking peoples of the world. You dig what I'm talking about? This your brother, the son of Haonga, Cosmon Cal himself, right here. You dig what I'm talking about? Son of the Great Spirit, the Great Geechee. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm here to bring back the nationality, the heritage, the culture, and ethnicity of the greatest spiritual people to ever touch this planet. Right? Owaspi says is the only book, Sister Betty, in the world that says the Negro of America is the Aboriginal of America, and then goes on to describe him. Right? Dig this, Sister Betty. It says, this is the ancient Algonquin name. Mind you, the Iroquois still call themselves Anguigan to this day. The Haudenosaunee called themselves Angui. The Anguis, the copper-colored Americans, right? How you know they copper-colored, Cosmo? Came sudden. Now, mind you, Sister Betty, we only talking about North America. We ain't talking about nowhere else. We ain't talking about Mexico, none of that. Just North America. These Anguis that they say you're going to readily know these people came suddenly into the world. By the thousands and thousands they came. Mind you, this 16,000 BC they talking about. South, east, north, west. And they had long, black, coarse hair. Remember, it's under the auspices of a so-called spirit or God through dumb diverses that gave them the authority to take and subjugate. Right? Now, today, in 2024, a so-called spirit, whatever, the creator, purportedly yours, that you have always praised. See, the thing is, they don't never want to tell you your history. They reworked, reboxed, and resold you your history as religion. This is why we're not dealing with it today. We getting back into our spirituality because Waspi is telling us that the people who are bringing back the culture today are descendants of Algonquins. Mind you, there is only 4 of us, Sister Betty. 4. We all so happen to be Negroes of America. Just like the book said it would be. Now, very proud was these people, right? But they had long, black, coarse hair, Sister Betty. This is what the book is saying. Now, they're describing a people only in North America. Long, black, coarse hair. We're looking for the people with long, black, coarse hair in America. Right? We're looking for it. Right? Long, black, and coarse. It also says, but their skin was brown. So we got a brown people in America with long, black, coarse hair. Huh? Long, black, coarse hair. Y'all seeing it? You got to be brown in America with long, black, coarse hair. We're describing the American Indian. This is what Owaspi is doing. Not only does it say, must they have long, black, coarse hair, and that their skin must be brown, but it must be copper colored. It goes on further right here, right? Copper color brown. Very specific. So we gotta have a copper colored brown people with black, coarse, long nigger hair in America, and we finding out that these people anciently in the Algonquin tongue are called Angui. Angui, because of Portuguese, becomes Negro, because you looked like the very first Negroes that the Portuguese and Spanish ever seen. So they compared you skin-wise, look through lookership, to what they knew. Not that you were Negroes, that's just what they said you looked like. Come to find out that the creator of every damn thing, the great Geechee, said that the first Indians, we describing the first Indian because, mind you, you are a mix of the great mound builder stock, anciently known as Ayin, and the great megalithic or pyramidal builders of the Americas. Your forefathers, Negroes, called Ahuans. Okay, let me show you something, Sister Betty, because you my sis, and you always looking for higher light, right? Let me show you something real quick. Let me open this one of these documents up for you real quick. Shout out to everybody in the crowd. I'm doing it again. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm just talking. Not talking, but I'm showing you why I'm saying what I'm saying. This is not subjective opinion of Cosmon. This is not my opinion. Right? I'm showing you who the American Indian is. What his ancient name was. He is the Angwigan. Huh? The iron-leaning Ahuan. Modern man is called the Gan, but the Angui of today, this is your word, Anguigan, this is Indian. So the Indian became a new race in the world. Mind you, this is 18,000 years ago. You a mix of the mound builder stock, the iron, and the megalithic stock, the Ahuan. Everywhere we built something, we left our name on it. Everywhere. Let me show you something, Sister Bethy, because they be like, Cosmon, you be just making this up. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me show you something real quick. Let's show you what an Ahuan looks like. Right? We understand that there is no such thing as an Olmec. An Olmec is a time applied to people from certain areas. Right? It's a time, just like saying Mayan. There were no, in fact, Mayans. The Mayans didn't call themselves Mayans. Just like the Olmecs didn't call themselves Olmecs. So what were their names? Right? Let me show you one. Let me show you the race. Right? This is the megalithic builder of America. Your so-called Olmec, he is an Ahuan. Right? Everywhere you come from two of these stocks. Everywhere, right? Let me show you something. Everywhere you built a megalithic city, you put your name on it. Right? Everywhere. Look. The key, the great key to understanding who is who and who built what has been sitting right in front of our faces the whole time. And it is the name Ahua itself. And Owaspy gives us a clue. This is why Owaspy bringing back this understanding of Aboriginal heritage, culture, and ethnicity is so important. Because if you missing the greatest part of what makes you an Indian, and that is the understanding of the Great Spirit, and that is the understanding that the Great Spirit makes God and you are God, then you've missed the point of even being what an Indian is. Right? Owaspy gives us a clue though, right? We don't hold this book higher than no other book. I will piss on Owaspy and set it on fire. I don't believe nothing in it. But I test its information to see if it's true. And then I rock with what I test and have been proven to be true by historical empirical data. So I ain't just talking, right? Look, Owaspy gives us this clue when talking about the great megalithic builders of America. It says, God said, permit my people to give names to the places where I lead them, for these names shall show in the Cosmon era, or today, 2024, my work, right? The work of my hand done in this day. Now, circa, this is 19,000 through 16,000 years ago. That ancient history that they just hide and murk up in America, Owaspy is bringing that back. So he says, you're going to know my people were there because the places, the waterways are going to be named after the people. So you'll know his work done in that day. Now dig this precept. God said, where are my chosen? Where is the greatest people? Your mother stock, your ma. Right? He said, you have showed me the Ahuans, your Yah. The great cities and kingdoms. Who had the Ahuans had great cities and kingdoms in America already. They're places of what? Great learning. Remember, these are your fathers. Right? He said, I want you to show me where the irons at, where the mound builders at. He said, you showed me the megalithic builders. They great cities and kingdoms. Right? The Lord said, in among these great people, these megalithic niggas, are little people who build mounds. The little cities outside, who are the suburbs of the large cities, are the Ahuans. So this is why you find large cities with mounds around them. Right? But it's not the big megalithic cities he's saying is the greatest cities. He's saying it's the little cities where the greatest of the knowledge is actually being held. Man inquired, he said, how can that be? How can these little niggas be more powerful than these big niggas? He said, behold, the Ahuans are 3-1. It's three of the megalithic builders to every one of the mound builders. He said, these that build the temples of hewn stones, the Ahuans, and cover them with polished copper, are not my people. These warrior kings that fortify their cities with soldiers are not my people. They are not the great ones. The great ones taught them how to build their temples and hewn their stones. Right? But nonetheless, you come from both stocks, as it shows here. Right? As it shows here. Right? You had all the symmetry physically and spiritually of the mound builder, the iron, and the savageness, physicality, barbarity, warlike nature of your fathers, the great Ahuans. You are both. To make an American Indian, you must be of the stocks of the highest raised people in the Americas. That's what produces an Indian. Right? This is what they bring. This is what is being understood. You dig what I'm talking about? And brought out today. Right? Hold on. Let me go back to this. Watch this. Remember, everywhere they go, they're going to leave their name. Right? So the revelation that the name of the megalithic builder is Ahua, we only need to look around the Americas for any places called Ahua, being that the vowels anciently are interchangeable through phonetics, right? We can also look for Ahua or Ahua or Ahua or Ahua. You see it, etc. Objective proof that this is truthful is that every place we find the word hua or ahua, we also find megalithic structures with accompanying tales of great giants or large men creating these structures. Remember, we're bringing our forefathers to the front, the Ahua of America. Many of us have never heard of this before. You didn't know none of this. You didn't know that these was your Aboriginal ancestors, but let me show you. Y'all ever heard of Saxe Ahuaman? Is that a megalithic structure? Are there accompanying tales of megalithic large men building these structures? Yes, there are. Remember, I'm going to name them. I'm going to let the people name them. Mind you, this is the city where man becomes God, Ahua. Showing you that the very first time any God was depicted in the Americas, they was talking about you. This is why in the Mayan codexes, Popol Vuh and everything, they have these dark, black, very large men. Notice the gods are depicted as men. Why? Because it wasn't nothing spooky about it. They were actual real men. They were you. This is the history they cutting you out of. Why? Because you, Negro of America, built Sacsayhuaman. How do we know you left your name on it? What about Tiahuanaco? Think I'm making this up? You didn't even.
How come you have not shared this on BAP's channel?
Say it again.
This is great information. How come you have not communicated with BAP so you could do a live on this on his channel? Look at those H's.
I don't, you know what, Sister Betty? I don't like to push this on people. I like them to come into it on their own so they can test it. They can try to debunk it.
How are you pushing it on people and you're just sharing it? People are going to accept it or reject it. I mean, this is good information. You're always in the community. So, I mean,
I just didn't want it to seem forced, Sister Betty, like that I was trying to push some type of spiritual doctrine or anything or any books or anything about it.
Well, then you might as well say that about all of us because I lecture every day.
Right.
So what's the difference between me lecturing and you lecturing? It's sharing information with the people, right?
That's right.
I don't understand. How come you have not contact BAP to tell them you want to do a build on this? This is great information.
To understand that it's your granddaddy,
well,
my grandfather, the great Ahuans of America who built the structures themselves, not only the mounds.
This is what BAP be talking about, though. I mean, I'm going to reach out to him for you. This is good information. He's been talking about mounds all week. Why hold it back?
And then you left your name on it. You put your name, that's like you ain't never gonna mistake McDonald's for Burger King. Why? Because when you go right up to the door, it say Burger King on it. Everything that got McDonald's product in it got McDonald's on it. Just like your megalithic structures of America, you named every one of them after you. What about Tiahuanaco? Y'all see it? What about Huarascan? Megalithic structures. Stories of giant men building it. What about, this is one everybody got to check out. Chaven Huantar. Y'all see it?
I'm going to jump back in the chat. I'm sorry to interrupt you. And I'm going to ask BAP to do a share screen and show this. This is good. He's live now. So I'm going to ask him to do a share screen real quick.
Okay.
Thank you. You don't mind, do you?
No. Heck no.
All right. I'm going to jump back in the chat, but I'm going to go over to BAP and say, hey, share screen, Cosmos live. This is interesting. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
What about Chaven de Huan? Y'all see it? Huantar, mind you. These are megalithic structures, right? Roughly 300 square miles of megalithic structures, but they're underground. Stop biting on my cord, little dog. Excuse me, y'all. A little crazy little dog. This is Chaven de Huantar. Right? You left your signature on it. And Creator said you did it on purpose because he told you to do it. So they can find this out today. How, why, who, when. Where of your Aboriginal history in America. This is 300 square miles in the Peruvian mountains area region. Ahua. See it? What about Huas? Right? Huaras. Or this also means king. Or big man. You dig what I'm talking about? King, chief, sachem, ras, hua, ras. The big man, right? Check this place out. Chill out, little dog. Lighten up everything. It is set out in a Grand Khan, right? It's broken down, but it is the snake eating itself, right? The science of the sun and its astrology and cosmology, which is the cosmogony of the universe, is built right into the structure. Look, this is the solar system, or the serpent, or the sun in its movement around the solar system. That knowledge is called Khan. In Africa, this same knowledge in Africa is called the Ankh. They wear it like a little cute little pendant around their neck, not even knowing it's a pointer. It does the same thing Huaraz, this structure, does right here. And if you could really get into it anciently and break it down, look, you see the structure right here. The cross with the loop. Almost like the Chi in the row, but not the same thing. It's an astrological chart built on the ground. This same science is called Ankh. This is why they're always feeding it to the mouth in their pictographic hieroglyphic writing, right? That same science in America is called Khan. Those at the top who understood this science were called Grand Khans. Many of these are the large copper-colored Negroidal people of the Americas called Hua, the Ahuan, who go on to build Huaraz, or the place of the big man. It literally is the name. What about Huaca el Toro? Megalithic structures, stories of megalithic building, megalithic builders, big men who built all this. Check out the ancient Chanca, who were the enemies or the original inhabitants of the places now being applied to the Inca. They are the Hua people for real. There was a Negro stock in South America. Mind you, once you look at I'm not going to keep talking. Cosmon don't say nothing he can't prove. Watch this. Hold on. All right. Remember, I told you they the enemy of the Inca. Right? Boom. Just real quick. When they got there, when the Incans got there, already there were the Chanca already there. Right? They were already there. Remember that a large black nigga in America is called an Ahuan. Right? Now, just quick AI overview. Watch this. We're going to go down a little bit. The Chanca were an indigenous group of fierce warriors in the southern Andes who were enemies of the Inca. Why? Because the Inca were colonizing their area. The two groups fought sporadic campaigns against each other. Right? Boom, 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 boom. Right? Watch this. I want to go down here into the Wikipedia. Right? Remember the Hua, right, is the large Negroidal stock, right? The Chanca, look what it say. The Chanca people are a what? Dodge the hijack. These people is new. Remember, this is that Incan stock that replaced them. But remember, the Incans didn't come with their culture. They came as colonizers. There were already a people there called the Chanca, right? This Kesh, look at the word. Keshua. Watch this. What are they called? Look at this. Where the Chanca people lived in the what? Hua Kavalika. Huh? The Huanca people of Peru are Quechua or Chanca. What they were primarily descended in the Anda Ahualas. Remember, we're revealing that the large Negro stock is already here and that they would be naming the land after themselves. Look, Quechua was not only spoken by the Incas, but was also learned, but also by the long-term enemies of the Inca Empire. How? If they are colonizing, they came and took these people culture, like the what? The Huanca. The Chanca call themselves Huanca. We are finding that the Ahua are the megalithic builders in the same place. This ain't even a stretch. So now we know who the Hua of the Huari are. Megalithic builders of America. Copper colored. Y'all heard about Olantante Tumbo. Everybody heard about this. Olante Tumbo, right? But did y'all know its real name was Huancaño? This is the difference between a Shaka or a true Quechua word and the modern Incan. Olante Tumbo, right? Which is what this place is called today. Its true name is Huancaño. Every place you built a megalithic structure, you put your name on it. You. I ain't trying to take this nowhere else. We already found out that they gotta look like this. These anguis, these ancient Ahuan stocks of America, they gotta be copper color brown with long black coarse hair. They got to be very symmetrical in spirit and in physicality. So they're going to be very athletic, but very spiritual all at the same time. Remember, we are also only talking about North America. We ain't left it yet. We ain't left it yet. Huh? Remember what they said. They stole it. It's now being applied to descendants of Europeans born in America. But you can't hide this. The fact that you name the cities after yourselves. Nobody knew that. You didn't know that your great ancestors, right? The biggest pyramid, right? Pyramids in America are El Mirador or Ladanta and Cholula, right? Did you know that the builder of Cholula is named Hua, purported to be a giant copper-colored Indian? I can't make this up. I can't even make it up this good. How many of y'all really knew? Hit me with a 1 in the chat. Did you know Ollantaytambo's Tombo's real name was Huancaño and was named after the megalithic builders of the structure? What about the temple of Huartara? Now, mind you, look at the brick building, megalithic structure down here. These go into the hill. So was this the real structure? How do you burn rock and melt it? What happened up here? What explains this catastrophe? Mind you, they've been finding on the top of these mountains all the way up here, they've been finding whale bones, showing that at one time, these mountaintops up here in the Andes was way down closer to sea level. What shoots a mountain high up in the air, but also is strong enough to burn? That sounds like two different cataclysms happening at the same time or at different times. One could have raised this to where the structure could have been made, and then one thing happened much later and set fire to rock. What does this? What melts this? What turns this nice chiseled structure into this stuff? Boom, 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 being burnt and crackled. Because if this, why would they build the structure into the heel if it didn't go into the heel? I'm telling you, y'all lived in this part. This is what needs to be actually looking in. We need to look into the mountain itself. What if the mountain is an ancient structure? Huh? What if the mountain itself is an ancient structure that was lived in? It would explain why you need a 30-foot door. It would explain how places like Petra, right, where the rocks were burned and melted over structures, could even happen. And we see the same type of heat-treated stress on these rocks of these great megalithic builders of America, the Huatar, and they big niggas. These the big niggas. Bigger than average. Right? But do you see your name? Do you see it now? Teotihuacán, the city where man becomes Dio, God. Do it make sense now? This why you got to be an African. You gotta be. You have to. Because if you ever wake up to the understanding that you built Teotihuacan, oh, this is why they got systems like NAGPRA, the North American Indian Repatriation Act, that stop you from actually testing the American Indian against the oldest bones found in the Americas. They take them and so-called repatriate them and put them back with groups that these where they wasn't even found. Look at Kennewick, man. But if you knew you was the Ahuan and that you built Teotihuacan and signed your name on it, that changed the game. That means I don't need Egypt no more. That means if they told me this in reverse, you probably told me everything else in reverse. Ahuanaco. I can't make it up this good. Huh? Like I said, there are hundreds of more examples of Hua being connected to megalithic structures in America alone. In hopes of not being long-winded, I specifically just showed y'all those. So, your so-called Olmec, your Negro of America, called himself, not what somebody else called him, he called himself Ahua. Nobody told you this. You didn't have none of this history. And then you wasn't able to tie it in like this. So don't let nobody try to browbeat you, man. Do the research. See if I'm lying. Huh? Go look. Why are these places called Hua? The modern day copper colored race found here in the America. Indians, aka Negroes, called that by the colonizers, are modern descendants of the large copper colored race of America. You got a large man and you got a small man, a mound builder. And when I say small, that means regular to, when I say regular, you got to remember back in just 200 years ago, the average man was only 5'4". So what makes you 5'4" today? And then on average, look at our babies today. They giants. I got a 14, 15-year-old who 5'10", a girl. She gonna be 6'3" when she done. She ain't even hit a growth spurt yet. You better look at your baby. Because they come from the greatest people in the Americas ever. You are the descendants, and the dope part is Owaspy is revealing these people, these Olmecs, these great Ahuans, the beginnings of the foundings of the great Algonquin nation. Because remember, you set the 40 United States up here. You set that up. Do not get that to Europeans. 6,000 years before a European ever even stole it from the Iroquois, we founded the great Ahuan stocks of America. These Anguis, these American Indians. And then the creator said, there are only one of you in the world, and then I only put him in North America. That's it. They find bones of these people everywhere. They find the bones of these people everywhere. Two things happen after you find the bones. You are going to run into a group of people called the Smithsonian, right? With the understanding that the Olmecs now call themselves Ahua. That changes the game, right? But now that you know that, keep your eyes open, because Every time you find one of these large men, 7 foot or better, 7 foot or better, he gonna be hit. You're gonna run into the, two things gonna happen. You're gonna run into the Smithsonian, and 2, he gonna disappear. Let that sink in. 2 things is gonna happen once you find these large megalithic men in the ground, and they found thousands of them, proven, objective proof, right? The Smithsonian comes, and 2, they disappear, right? This new type of information linking the modern copper-colored race, right, me and you, to America's deepest antiquity can be startling to many. But what should be even more startling is the fact that this information is not new in fact, but more akin to hidden, right? Let's take a look at actual men with giant stature found in America. This is from ancient origins, right? The Iroquois, the Osage, the Tuscaroras, the Hurons, the Omahas, the Algonquins, and many other North American Indians speak of giant men who once lived and roamed in the territories of their who? Their forefathers. Why? Because they are their forefathers. Every story, especially the Algonquins, any Algonquin stories, any of the Huron stories that are not anthropomorphic, like the modern Native Americans, who we told them their stories. This is why they anthropomorphized them. Our stories are with men and women in it. And every time you see a big nigga in our stories, you always see a little nigga with him. The giant goose cap is married to a who? A little witch woman who lived in a what? A dirt-covered home. I can't make it up. Look. Thousands and thousands of bodies proven to be found, documented, recorded historically, right? Different people, different places, different times, whatever. But look up here. Way up here in the Midwest. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all something. All right, let me go up a little bit. Hold on, let me back out of this just a little bit. I wanted to show y'all this. This is the basically the Colorado, the Rocky Mountains, right? Where the thinning of the people is. So east of the east of the Rocky Mountains. I want you to look at this area. Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, all the way to the Dakotas, all the way down in Arkansas, all the way in Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, Florida, Georgia. Look at the density, right? Especially up here in this Great Lakes region of bodies, actual bodies of massive men have been pulled out the ground, and many of them coming directly out the mounds. Why were they out there in the mounds? We explained it in the Anguis. They were created as protectors to the ancient forefathers who didn't war, because they warred. We was some fighting niggas. This is where you get that fight from in you. We just gonna go real quick. I ain't gonna go into all the supporting documentation that I got in this doc, right? But look, they found a 7 foot man in Ohio in the Serpent Mound. Any of y'all ever been to the Serpent Mound? It's in a place in Ohio called Adams County. You go up there, your cell phone ain't gonna work. Any like pictures, if you get to take a picture, it's gonna have these You get to see the Vortexian wave. It'll bring out the colors. It'll show the electromagnetic spectrum through there, because this is what they call a ley line, right? Energy is dumped into the earth and seeps from these structures. You dig what I'm talking about? These mounds is built there on purpose. Out of the Crescent Mound in West Virginia, they got a 7-2 nigga. Out of the Iowa mounds, mind you, Iowa, right, is the name of the Great Spirit, and is in the center of our country. Iowa, the sound that the wind makes. Iowa, right? They put a 7'6" dude out. Steelville, Missouri, a 8-foot dude. Miamisburg, Ohio, 8'1.5", 8'2" basically. In San Diego, California, dude was 8'4". Catalina Island, California, right? California, you dig what I'm talking about? Is a nation, right? It's a nation. Our modern states are nations anciently. 9-2 off Catalina Island. Beaver Lake in the Ozarks in Arkansas, a 10-foot dude. Lompoc Rancho, California, a 12-foot dude. West Hickory, Pennsylvania, a 18-foot man, believe it or not. Who cares? It's been documented. Waspi go on to say, right, that the tallest people in America come from a certain region, right? In the region of between the Ohio and Tennessee River, right? So to see this right here, right, between the Ohio and the Tennessee River, that the tallest people in Americas come from here, and to learn that still today, the tallest people come in the Americas come from this region on average, shouldn't be surprising. Look, hold on. Let's go down here a little bit. Let's drop down a little bit. All right. Now, mind you, Owaski reveals that this shouldn't even be a stretch to y'all, to any of the faiths. Zarathustra, because why? The very first prophet ever was a large man. And when he was grown to maturity, his stature was equal to 3 ordinary men. So if you're saying on average, he 5'5", 5'5", whatever, he's 16.5 feet tall. If 6 foot, ordinary men of today in 1882 would have been 6 foot. Was he 18 feet tall? We just seen an 18-foot man be found, right? Now look, in Owaski, I want to show y'all this. Owaski makes a claim that the tallest people in North America source from the region between the Ohio and the Tennessee valleys, right? Now, Shiawassee, who was the son of Tenenhamgam, right? Tenenhamgam is where you get your name Tennessee from, right? Shiawassee, the son of Tenenham, was the son of Thusiganga, right? Thusiganga, who built the Great Eastern Canal called the Osceola-Galacola, or the Eastern Flowing Osceola. The Osceola is the name of the Mississippi. So there is a eastern flowing river that comes off the Mississippi, right? In the valley of Tito-Wanagasi, right? Which is called the Ohio River, which encompasses Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and the Western Virginia Valley. And through the land of Singanio Galgal, right? We just gonna break the name down. Singanio Galgal is the Tennessee River, right? Which cuts through Kentucky, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. So in between the Ohio River and the Tennessee River, or the Tennessee River in the Ohio Valley, where what? Dwelt the large men and women called the Angi, the Angiwaha. Angi, meaning man. The large men, right? Now, listen, this is a map. This is a map of the east. This is Cairo, right here, off the Osceola. That is what the real name of the Mississippi is. Learn your Aboriginal tongue. Osceola. Flowing east off there is what? The Ohio and the Tennessee. Off the Tennessee and the Ohio come the Cumberland. So in between the Ohio, right, which covers Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. In between these two places is saying the biggest people come from, right? Now notice there are only two easterly flowing great rivers from the Osceola or the Mississippi, and that's the Tennessee, which flow back to Virginia, and the Ohio River. This also, the Ohio and proved that this land and these rivers were graded. There is no way, if it's flowing from north to south and dumping, going from Lake Superior to the Gulf of Mexico, and the water is flowing north and south, that it somehow just picks up and starts flowing back east towards the mountains. That means it was graded. That means it was cut. That means it was dredged by your ancient forefathers, the great Ahuans. All right? We just seen who built them. Who built it? Thusiganga built the great Eastern Alacola, the Osceola Galacola, or the eastern flowing Mississippi. Right? The eastern flowing Mississippi is the Ohio River. And off the Ohio River is the Tennessee. The dope part is, it say that Owaspy say the largest people in the world come from this area in North America. Guess what? So does the Washington Post. America's tallest and shortest people, right? Look at the area where the tallest people come from. West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, right? This is where America's tallest men live. Look. So it's this area out here, and we know many of these people migrated out here. But look where the tallest people come from. The same place. In between the Tennessee, the Mississippi, and the Tennessee down here, and the Ohio. Look, the eastern flowing river is the Ohio. Look, and it is the border. Look, it's the border. It's the border of the state. Look, this is Ohio in real life. See it? Look. That's a bag drop. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is a headshot to everybody who's trying to say JVN is some type of racist or that he even knew what he was right. Listen, bro, there's no way he knew this information. None of it. Let's get back to some of this. How they stole the land. Right? However, Washington drove too hard a bargain and set a price of 25 shillings an acre. It could be paid in 3 annual statements, but he insisted on the interest. The Covenanters refused to pay. Washington filed suit in Pennsylvania court in 1876, and a jury awarded him the title to the 13 farms. The Covenanters maintained their righteous attitude and abandoned their farms rather than pay George Washington. He still owned the land or the farms when he died in 1799. Now, on the northern neck, there was a slightly different process for selling the land. Charles II granted that territory to 6 allies in 1649 and had the power to control land transfers after the 1660 restoration of the monarchy. Lord Culpeper ended up as the primary owner of the grant as well as the governor of Virginia. Demand for land north of the Rappahannock River increased during his lifetime, but he received little revenue from the grant. There was 2 major land sales completed before 1689, and they were handled by Lord Culpeper in England. After he died in 1689, his wife, Margaret Culpeper, inherited his 5/6 share. Her daughter owned the remaining 1/6 share. Thomas, 5th Lord Fairfax, began to manage the northern neck land claims for his wife and his mother-in-law. Lord Thomas, 5th Lord Fairfax, appointed land agents who lived on the northern neck, to sell parcels from what became known as the Fairfax Grant or Fairfax, Virginia. The land patents for the proprietor included Philip Ludwell, George Brent, and William Fitzer. They processed the paperwork for Northern Neck grants, i.e. land sales, rather than the secretary and governor in Jamestown or Williamsburg. Warrants authorizing surveys of parcels within the boundaries of the Fairfax grant could be provided to surveyors other than the official county surveyors. George Washington completed several in Frederick, Hampshire, and other counties outside of Culpeper, where he was the county surveyor in 1749, 1750. This is a plot of land. This is George Washington. George Washington surveyed parcels pursuant to warrants from the proprietor's office. All right, this is a one from George Washington, and this one is from a plat survey for John Lindsay of 223 acres in Frederick County, Virginia, but it was done by George Washington, 1750. Remember, he was the land surveyor in that area. Virginians could also acquire land through special military service in Lord Dunmore's War, the French and Indian War, and the Revolutionary War. Y'all look into that. Y'all look into the Bureau of Land Management, see if your people have got any land for being in Dunmore's War, the French Indian War, which is also misnomered as the War of 1812, and the Revolutionary War, right? 1776. Y'all go back and look at all that stuff. 1740s, all that stuff. Many of your people who was fighting on either side was granted land. On June 22nd, 1779, over 3 years after declaring independence from Great Britain, the General Assembly authorized giving away of parcels of land to attract volunteers to serve in the Revolutionary War. Western lands in Kentucky, Ohio, which Virginia claimed ownership based on its 1609 charter, were offered as the inducement. So they was trying to get people to come into this war. So they was offering them land. To qualify for a land bounty, soldier had to shift from short-term local militia duty and commit to serving for 3 continuous years in the state line within Virginia or Continental line, which served primarily in other states until 1781 in the Yorktown campaign. Men could also serve as sailors in the state Navy. For many families, the continuous commitment took a key worker away from the farm for 3 harvest seasons. After the military service was completed, affidavits testifying that a person qualified for the bonus were submitted to the governor as described by the Library of Virginia. When a claim was proved, the governor's office issued a military certificate to register of the land office, authorizing him to issue a warrant. Let's look that up. What is this? Let's look this up. Right? When you get to a word you may not know or you want to know the understanding of, just go back and look it up real quick. What is a warrant? Right. Let's take a look at it. A warrant is a document issued by a legal or government official that authorizes law enforcement to perform certain actions. You bet not. Let him out, Mama.
I don't hear no shoes. Come on.
Right? Let's go look. It's a document issued by a legal or government official that authorizes law enforcement to perform certain actions. Warrants can permit activities such as searching a location, making an arrest, or seizing property. They can usually be exercised before the warrant's expiration date. Interesting, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Thank y'all for coming through. I see my dog Tight Sam up in here. I am Mana up in here. Enox up in here. Juice up in this thing. That's the Cali Connect. Boy, shout out to my dog Juice. This is my brother right here, Dreadful. This the real Cali Connect. Boy, I gotta listen. Shout out to all them Cali boys, man. Y'all real warriors, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? I kind of came up in there. Who else we got up in here? Balioso up in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Nazarene, the Scene Faith is up in here. Jasmine Fly up in here. Lady Spade up in here. Bishop X up in here. You dig what I'm talking about? Juan Truth up in here. Sister Bethy. Shout out Sister Bethy. Shout out my sister. You dig what I'm talking about? She said the creator is unstoppable, and the creator brought the 4 horsemen together. That's correct. That is correct. They don't know that this information is supposed to be only brought out by Algonquins. Owaspi say the remnants of the Algonquins are bringing this information out today. Mind you, it's only 4 niggas. Daryl Cosmon, Cal, Thela Shalom, and Malachi Maccabee. 4 niggas from America who is bringing out this indigenous nationality, heritage, culture, and ethnicity. Which is, by the way, your culture is science. It is technology. It is engineering, and it is mathematics. All together rhythmically is called hip-hop. It is your culture. It is knowledge in motion. Shout out Angelic. Junebug 13 in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? The GOAT. The GOAT. I forgot the GOAT was born and raised in LA. Yay. Shout out to the West Coast, man. Y'all got that real warrior spirit in there. That's why y'all rock with Cosmon. I got a lot of people from the West Coast. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot. And I got a lot of people from the Southeast. A lot of them Geechies. They ain't playing with nobody neither. Raised in that same warrior culture. Now you know what it's called, and now you know why it's called. You the descendants of the great Ahuans, the megalithic builders of America. Nobody never told you that before. Right? But now we learning what this warrant is, right? Let's get back to it. Right? The governor's office issued a military certificate to the register of the land office, authorizing him to issue a warrant specifying the amount of land to be received and directing the land to be surveyed. The amount of land awarded was based on the rank of the soldier and the amount of time served. Let's take a look at this. Let's back up out of this a little bit. This is from the Land Office Military Warrant, right? Number 1368. To the principal surveyor of the land set apart for the officers and soldiers of the Commonwealth of Virginia. This shall be your warrant to survey and lay off in one or more surveys for William Grimes. What are you about to get? And his heirs or assigns the quantity of what? 200. You got these same land grants. Remember, this is just the ones in Virginia. I'm just showing you the ones in Virginia. This is a real land warrant. Remember, they said the Northeast Territory, Ohio, Kentucky, and remember the Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin is the northwestern region. They was giving lands away in all of that. So check the Bureau of, do your genealogy, check your people, because he might have 200 acres of land due to said Williams Grimes in consideration of what he do. Services for 3 years as a corporal in the state line of Virginia. So that could have happened in any state you was in. These are some of the documents you got to look for when you tracing your genealogy to tie back to the land, because they don't want to hear no. Listen, you can't go in there with no DNA from one of these 23andMe's or one of these DNA houses. Man, they'll laugh you up out of court. At best, you better come with one of them and your genealogy and all the documented, historical, axiomatic, factual, empirical data that you can. You better bring some of that, right? And then be able to tie that to your genealogy and then bring stuff like this to be able to prove that you had these lands. And then guess what? Ain't no more talking. See, I'm more about solution based, right? I'm more about being solution based. But if you don't know what happened, right? If you just got blindsided, boom, you don't know who hit you. You can't figure out who you got to whoop till you figure out who hit you. Right? You just got blindsided. Somebody now just walking up on your land talking about they own your land. What? Here, I got this little land warrant for you, pimp. Now, you can stay here. You and your family can stay here if y'all willing to y'all willing to grow this tobacco and this cotton, this indigo and this wild rice, and these collard greens, these turnips. If y'all willing in this corn and this wheat, you dig what I'm talking about? If you're willing to do that, you can stay for your quit rent, right? This is how sharecropping started. This is how you became in peonage to your own land. It's a dirty, underhanded trick. Now, look, this is William Grind, earned 200 acres from the Revolutionary War military service as a corporal in the state line. This is from the Revolutionary War warrant 1368.0. Now, documents, right, to authorize veterans of their heirs to claim land based on military service were issued between July 14, 1782 and August 5th, 1876. Heirs were entitled if the soldier or the sailor died while in the military prior to completing 3 continuous years of service. Descendants claiming their ancestor was entitled to a land bounty had to prove one. Now, this is why the importance of what I'm bringing forth right now. Because now we making the ties and we finding out that you wasn't no slave. You was actually the plantation owner. Oh, one, that the ancestor you kin to meets the qualifications. So you done did your genealogy, found your great-great-granddaddy now, your 6th, 7th great-granddaddy now, found out that he fought in the Revolutionary War and that he was given land. So now he met the qualifications. And 2, that you are their legal heirs entitled to exercise the military warrant. Guess what? The same thing applies today. Uh-oh. And remember, the secretary had nothing to do with subsequent resurveying and reselling of the land. So it's still going to have the original document. Uh-oh. So now you can do what George Washington did to them niggas. Kick them off your shit and everything that is on it. Now, that could cause some mess. But the fact is, you shouldn't be scared to do it, and you should take it, all rights into your own hands and do what you got to do and do what's seen right. Now, also, keep in mind, don't become the monster that you hate. And also remember, there are going to be some people who live in your land area that you need. So don't be so quick to kick everybody out. But it's happening and it's coming and ain't nothing you can do about it. Nothing nobody can do about it. People are going to get their land back. Many soldiers sold their military warrants for quick cash, though. Soon after getting the documents, land speculators with capital to invest, including who? Now, for all those who think, you dig what I'm talking about? Them boys just up there talking OSB like OSB. Like, if y'all actually took the time to read it, there are some points that can be attacked. You know, I speak like George Washington. Right? Y'all hateful, so hateful y'all don't pick up the book. There's some things in there that it's actually truthful about him, but the understanding of his spiritual rate, I don't get. He got the spiritual rate of 80 in this book. What? Nigga, you own slaves. You a land speculator. You was kicking niggas off and enslaving them, making them in peonage to their land. How are you doing this? How can you be inspired? So there are some things in there that if you actually took the time, we still gonna beat you up on it. It don't matter. You dig what I'm talking about? But it's some things that you could look at, that you could attack, right? That if you actually picked up the book, you dig what I'm saying? But you don't. So we beat you up, right? But including George Washington was one of these speculators. Let him out. You want to go check it out? His boat is upside. He had food. Land speculators with capital to invest, including George Washington, purchased many of the military warrants at a discount. Years later, speculators used them to acquire tracts and then sell the land for profit, like we seen him do earlier, right? With those people who had been there for 10 years. The Kentucky Secretary of State frequently asked questions, right? Page explains how military warrants were converted into land. The process for the Revolutionary War warrants also applied to warrants issued for Lord Dunmore's War in 1774 and the earlier French Indian War. What is the procedure for patenting land with a Revolutionary War military warrant? Check this out, y'all. First, the veteran or his heirs received a warrant or warrants for service in the Revolutionary War. You go back and look at your forefathers who were documented. I'm not saying they're not there. A lot of people, they run into this problem of, oh, we disappear and this, that. No, they don't. No, they don't. That is a Pan-African talking point. Don't disappear. You dig what I'm talking about? You don't know where you look, and many times you need to look in these war records, right? See if your ancestor fought in one of these wars, right? If he did, make sure he received a warrant or warrants for his service, right? Second, under the authorization of the warrants, the veteran or his heirs or assignees filed an entry with the surveyor of the military district, which served the land for patenting until the field survey could be made, usually after fees were paid or it was established that the land was eligible for patenting. If there were other claims on the land being reserved, the entry could be withdrawn or amended. Third, a field survey was made by the principal surveyor of the military district or his deputy in the presence of the surveying team, which consisted of 2 chainmen, a marker to blaze the trees used as corners, and a housekeeper, sometimes called a pilot or director. Fourth, that the survey was completed, the warrant, survey, and any supporting papers, such as a will stating the heirs' right to the land being patented, were sent to Frankfurt for the issuance of the governor's grant, finalizing the patenting process. So this is a good place to start to look. Frankfurt, right? But All of this will be also in the Bureau of Land Management. But if you need to find a specific person, good place to start is Frankfurt. Why? For the insurance of the governor's grants filing, the patented process was done there. No one, listen, had clear title to any land being patented until the governor's grant was issued. This is from Thomas Jefferson, Esquire, Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, to all whom these present shall come greeting. Know ye that in consideration, blah, 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 there is granted the said Commonwealth unto certain tract or parcel of land containing, and here is the description. Well, with the pertinences, right? To have and to hold said tract or parcel of land with its appurtenances to the said, what is that name of the said Hugh Mercer, deceased, and his heirs forever. See that? You're gonna find the same thing on your great granddaddy new land grant process. And remember also, there's a process in this patented system where land was given away that was already owned and lived on by your people, and then they would get patents and deeds on their own property that they own. So couldn't nobody take that too? In witness whereof said Thomas Jefferson, Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, hath hereto set his hand. Right? Now, this land grants were used to recruit soldiers and officers to serve during the French and Indian War. It's from the Library of Congress, 3,000-acre land grant to the heirs of Hugh Mercer in Kentucky County, Virginia. Right? You know all the references. Dig what I'm talking about? All the references. Links to the early land patents in Kentucky. You did what I'm talking about. Library of Virginia land patents and grants. Right? How they was encouraging settlement and the land grants west of the Blue Ridges. The role of governor granting Virginia land, Virginia military service. Now, I specifically stayed on this because this is documented heavily. And the same process, as you see, that was going on in Virginia was going on in Ohio, going on in Indiana, going on in Illinois, going on in Kentucky. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, watch this. Where is the Blue Ridge Mountains? Where is the Blue Ridge, Virginia?
Surrounding communities within an hour radius, including the city of Salem, Botetourt County, Franklin County, and Roanoke County.
So let's look so we understand what we're talking about. Virginia's Blue Ridge is made up of the city of Roanoke at its heart and surrounding communities within an hour's radius, including the city of Salem, Botetourt County, Franklin County, and Roanoke County. Let's take a look at where we're talking about. All right, let's take a look at where we're talking about. Hold on. Let it catch up a little bit. Let's see. Okay. This is where we're talking about right here, y'all. Talking about Virginia. This is the Blue Ridge. So they was encouraging people to come over this way and start settling stuff this way. Well, what's this way? West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, Tennessee. We know Tennessee full of Indians. Kentucky full of Indians. Indiana named after Indians, full of Indians. The whole country, the whole state really is a country of Illinois full of Illini Indians, Algonquin base. So whose land are they giving away? And where is the receipt that you bought it? This is why you must expose the land patent system. Right? Man, who we got up and give us, play some music a little bit. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm talking about? We got up in this thing. Enoch. Dreadful Cosmon. My brother Mike got some of that Windrow blood in him. You dig what I'm talking about? He right up out of here in this got that Accomack. You dig what I'm talking about? That Accomack blood in him. He got that northern Algonquin in him. You dig what I'm talking about? Nigga Thookstra. Man, hey man, here man, let me drop the link, man. Y'all come on through. Man, y'all sub, like, share. Thank y'all for coming through, man. I don't try to push this stuff on nobody, y'all. The sister asked a great question. And my sister asked, well, why don't you, shoot this to the young bros? You dig what I'm talking about? Bap and all them, you dig what I'm saying? Now, for the most part, the brothers don't know what I do. They don't know that I'm tying the spirituality of your ancestors back into today's modern Aboriginal movement. But if you're not spiritually high raised, if you only looking for physical accoutrements that come with this without the spiritual side of the accoutrements, you're not going to be ready for the information that I'm bringing forth. So it's going to sound spooky to you. And that's what I'm not trying to do, because in the end of the day, I want you to realize that all Indians had a relationship with the Great Spirit, an understanding. That's the one thing that every Indian did without fail. They knew that God wasn't the same thing as the Creator. They knew the Creator created God. Big difference. Man. But it's all right, man. With that being said, I'm going to just leave off with that one. You did what I'm talking about. Nice hot lesson. Anybody want to come in? Did I drop the link in the chat? Drop the link in the chat. Y'all want to come in real quick, build with your brother? You did what I'm talking about. If not, I'll jump up off this thing. You know what I mean? Thanks to Sister Betty for coming through. Anybody else who shared the live in the link, man? You did what I'm talking about. Y'all sub, like, share, man. It's your bro. I'm not trying to push nothing on you. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just putting the information out there. You research the information and see if I'm lying or not. Once you come back and you see that boy Cosmon told you the absolute truth, then we can start building. Yeah, what I'm talking about, I don't see nobody jumping in real quick. Hey, if that's the case, you dig what I'm talking about. I just want y'all to do one thing. Right? Just want y'all to do one thing for me. I want y'all to breathe in. Let that light in, because I'm Cosmon, and I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air,
This that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papabull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Sang, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN, it's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door stop. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah.
Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah.
Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.